Come up here. Come here. There you go. Come over here. Come on, come on, come on. Up, up. Come on. Come here. Come here. That's it. There's no audio. Are you hearing this? I said there's no audio. No audio. You hearing this? I said there's no audio. Yeah, you can hear it. So I don't know what they're doing. They just started back from lunch and they're doing some kind of nothing thing. I don't know how many people might be watching. You can tag the feed if you're watching this. I'm going to wash my dog's face off for a little while we're waiting. All the wrinkles, clean it out. Not too dirty. Oh, that's an eyeball. That's an eyeball. That's an ear. Oops. That's an ear. Get into that ear a little bit. Okay, thanks for the feedback. I don't know what they're doing. They just came back from lunch. They started up, they said something about the gun bill, and then they said, but there's not a thing, and then they started this quorum call. So maybe they're going to vote it out within the first few moments. Is that possible? Is it possible? Is it possible? Yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep it. Okay, that was worth it. That was worth it. Okay. Well, so put dirt in and I won't have to clean it. Little dog, big wrinkles. What's going to happen when this dog's old? Then his wrinkles are really going to get big. Baby dog shouldn't have this many wrinkles, really. He's for holding him. Stinking.
This is roll call number 59. Roll call 59.
Roll call 419. Phone call 219. What's happening to this dog? What's happening to this dog? He's getting the raspberries. He's getting the raspberries. Uh-oh. That dog got another raspberries. Ready to sit down and be good for bothering me?
Mr. Jones of North Reading asks unanimous consent to withdraw his quorum roll call. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Quorum roll call is withdrawn.
What does that mean?
The chair requests that all members take their seats and subdue their conversation. Court officers will clear the aisles.
I'm not muting the audio. The audio is FYI. FYI.
The question comes, shall the decision of the chair stand as a judgment of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of North Reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through to the members, and I would ask that when a vote is taken, this matter be taken by a call of the yeas and nays.
Mr. Jones of North Reading asks when a vote be taken to be taken by a call of the yeas and nays. Those joining with them will rise. Division 1, 5. Division 2, 22. Sufficient number having arisen would vote be taken by a call of the yeas and nays. Mr. Jones of North Reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through to the members, and I had raised the point of order that the matter before us, the so-called gun bill, should contain a fiscal note. It does not contain a fiscal note, in my opinion, in violation of Rule 33. And it's somewhat amazing to me that we've seen the third iteration of a 125-plus page bill in the matter of, 2 really short months, maybe 3 months. And unlike many bills, this actually had a full hearing before the Committee on Ways and Means. The Committee on Ways and Means usually has 2 hearings a year, a revenue hearing late in the year, and a hearing on the General Appropriations Act that takes place over a matter of several days in the late winter and early spring. But this bill, unlike almost every other piece of legislation that will take up this session, actually had a hearing. And with all that hearing and all that testimony and 125 plus pages of the bill before us now, the Committee on Ways and Means envisions it's not going to cost 1 cent, or it's at least going to cost under $100,000. One provision of this bill requires the Massachusetts State Police to take over the inspections of firearms dealers, currently done under the domain of local jurisdictions. According to my conversations with people, it's anticipated that alone will cost in excess of $1 million, perhaps as much as $2 million a year. No notification is made in that. Another provision of this bill seeks to expand those people that may bring an extreme risk prevention order complaint. So clearly that envisions an expansion of the number of hearings that the courts are going to have on so-called ERPOs. Apparently that's not going to cost anything. So we do ourselves a disservice as an institution to really hold up that this isn't going to cost anything. Now, I get there are people that love this bill, there are people that hate this bill. But for anybody to think that this is not going to cost the taxpayers of the Commonwealth any money cannot do so with a straight face. We should be better. We deserve better as an institution, particularly when this is one of the few hearings the Committee on Ways and Means is going to hold. Probably the only hearing they're going to have on a piece of legislation that isn't the General Appropriations Act this legislative session. So I hope the ruling of this chair is overturned. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and yield the floor.
A roll call having been ordered, court officers will alert the members. For what reason does the gentleman rise? Mr. Smola. As the gentleman approaches the microphone, we ask that members take their seats and subdue their conversation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the members. Madam Speaker, most of us in this chamber were not even aware of the fact that the Committee on Ways and Means was going to be taking this bill up. As a matter of fact, those of us that sat on that committee for years found out about it a week ago. And I find it peculiar that we are even talking about this bill before the Committee on Ways and Means without any mention of finances whatsoever. Now, I sat through that hearing for 7+ hours last week. There was a lot of substance in that bill, and I know that there's a lot of passion on both sides of this issue. But the fact that the Committee on Ways and Means heard this bill, but never talked about a financial component in any way, shape, or form should be striking to every member in this chamber. So if anybody thinks for a moment, if you've read the substance of this bill, that there are components that aren't going to cost the Commonwealth in some way, shape, or form money, you are fooling yourselves. So, Madam Speaker, I would hope that before the conclusion of today, we will have some clarity on what that cost is actually going to be. There's a lot of parts to this legislation. We don't typically see bills that are 120+ pages with so many different mechanics working at the same time simultaneously. So if we don't address this question of the financial component, I think that we're going to regret the action of this legislature. So I urge the membership to think about that extremely cautiously, and to also keep in your mind that the Committee on Ways and Means has not dealt with this bill since it was talked about a year ago. We didn't have it before our committee. It wasn't being addressed. It wasn't even being discussed before Ways and Means until a week ago when it finally got assigned for a public hearing. So process-wise, I think we should have more than a few concerns about how this bill came to the floor. But the financial component, because this is before the Financial Committee of this legislature, should be an issue of great concern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the members. I think right now is both an inflection point and a reflection point. Right now, after all that we've heard about the process of how this bill has come to this floor of this chamber, it comes through Ways and Means, and Rule 33 requires the fiscal note. And so, just moments before you all came upstairs for the roll call, the chair decided that a bill that comes from Ways and Means and that has some money spent isn't subject to Rule 33. Why do we have rules in the House? Why do we have procedure for the transparent, orderly conduct of these debates? And I don't care if you're for it or against it. You all know that we're here in 2014. I voted for that bill. You also know for 25 years I've been the town moderator in the town of Falmouth. And rules mean something. Not just about political power. The rules mean something about our trust with those in the balcony and those on the other end of the live feed for the vote today. So as you cast this one vote at the start of today's debate, reflect on what you're voting on. You are voting to uphold the rule of the chair that a bill that requires spending money that is reported out of House Ways and Means is not subject to our Rule 33, which requires the fiscal note. This one's a no-brainer for me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Roll call having been ordered, court officers will alert the members that a roll call is in progress. Under Rule 49, court officers will vote for Representative Sullivan.
I wish I knew what they were doing. I can't have any idea what they're doing right now. Voting for something.
This is roll call number 59. 59.
Roll call 219. Roll call 219.
The chair would like to take a moment to congratulate Representative Sullivan Alameda on the birth of her daughter, Alina, who is here with us today. Congratulations.
Oh my, a baby. A baby. I'm not turning off the audio. That's them. They're doing it. Whenever she talks to that police officer there, she shuts it off. Shall the Dix ion of the chair stand? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Oh, decision. Well, you can sometimes hyphenate, or you can just hit Shift Enter. That's what I would do. Or you could get something that isn't 1986 technology to display on their state thing. What the heck? I don't know what the decision of the chair is that they're voting on. Does anyone? Anyone? Assumption here that we know what. That one police officer is there to make sure nobody steals that one dude who's just sitting in that chair right there, not doing anything. But if anybody tries to steal him, that police officer's in. That guy's job is just to sit in that one chair looking up all the time. Would you trade however much you're getting paid today for however much that guy sitting on that chair looking up in the air, what he's getting paid today? Who's making more money today? I bet you that guy's making more money than me. Well, it's a roll call 219 vote, and it's about the decision of the chair, but I'm not totally sure what the decision of the chair is, and they're muted right now. They're not saying anything. My dog's got a dry nose. Poor dog. Poor dry nose dog. What can I wipe on there? Put some bacon grease on there? Would you like me to wipe some bacon grease on there? I think you would. I think you would like that. Oh, he's not looking up. Not even doing the job. Look at the way that guy walks around with a laptop. That shows you somebody who doesn't even care how much that laptop costs. Oh, now we can see what he's watching. We know what his screensaver is. Lives in Windows. If that guy would have gone with blue pants and a blue shirt, you wouldn't even know he's sitting there. He could just be sitting in that chair all day, getting paid to do nothing. Nobody would even know he was there. That's probably why he was in pants. All during this time, they could have a narrator explaining what's going on so that there's some clarity and understanding. I think they're just here to create a public record, but they could educate and inform pretty easily at the same time, I think. Almost the same amount of effort, very little extra effort. So the question is, these are probably just webcams sitting up on the ceiling, being fed by one reading or one person reading, or monitored by one person. There's not even like an indicator to tell us how many votes there are or what the tally is. We're supposed to be able to see those green and red lights, which is pretty hard to see. I don't like Massachusetts board, so you can tell them if you want, but I'm not satisfied with the way their board is in their Ways and Means committee meeting room. I don't care if they know it. I'll tell them to their face. I'll say, hey.
Have all members voted who wish to do so? Time for voting is expired. 130 in the affirmative, 27 in the negative. The ruling of the chair stands as a decision of the House.
So what does that mean?
Mr. Day of Stoneham moves suspension of the rules.
What does that mean?
All those in favor say aye, opposed nay. The ayes have it. Rules are suspended.
What?
Third reading of the bill.
What? What's happening? Does anyone know what's happening? Come on. What is this?
Chair is in error. Second reading of the bill.
Oh my God.
An act modernizing firearm laws, House number 4135.
So you read the whole bill, the whole 130 something pages of it? Have you seen it?
Question comes on third reading. All in favor say aye, opposed the ayes have it. Bill is sent to House. Bill in third reading.
Second.
Also be in a brief recess.
What? And we're just going to be hanging here again? Come on. So, what? Come on. How are we supposed to know what's going on if they're just going to do this? Very well, I don't know. I'm not somehow aware of what they're supposed to be doing over here, so we're just going to bring it. It looks like they're all still standing there. Last time they went on recess, they just all left. It was like 3 hours, so I don't know what they're doing now. Maybe they are leaving. Get the guy for phone. Don't worry. That guy doesn't have to do this. He's like, I'm booking up for the side. Gets the line. Or more of a swing dude. You like sitting down and you went out to the swings. No, yeah, they're not seeing shit. So you can't pause this. I don't know what just happened. I think they said something about suspending something and they voted overwhelmingly to something about what the chair said. And it sounded like they were saying, you guys haven't even paid for this, so how dare you even put it in front of us? So that they just voted to get rid of this stupid thing. I don't know anybody.
Ms. Olive New Bedford asking consent to be recorded last roll call. All those in favor, are there any objections? Here it's none.
On roll call 59, Antonio Cabral.
I texted Toby to see if he knows what's up. I don't know anybody else. Is there anybody else that's live out there doing this, talking about it, to know what's going on? Because I'm lost. You can hear me saying this over here? I'm way over here. It looks like nobody I'm subscribed to is posting anything about it. And if I go to all of YouTube and look at stuff I'm not subscribed to, I don't see anything about it either. So I'm either missing it or wish there was a way to pause these feeds, just the same way that they pause their workday. It seems like nobody who's actually talking is reading anything. So what, their interns are going to read it and then they're going to be told what to do? Yeah, Cape Gunworks is there though, so they're not streaming today. That's why I texted Toby right now to see if he knows what's happening. And I think he's there. He said he's walking in earlier. But I don't know if when they're in that building, if they're allowed to have their cell phones turned on or whatever. So he might not be getting these texts. Oh, now some other guy's sitting there. Oh, shit, now two people are sitting there. That one guy left, and now there's anybody sitting in that chair. Now. I guess they can just go sit there if they want.
Mr. Brockton asks unanimous consent on vote on the last roll call. Does the chair hear objections? The chair hears none.
On roll call number 59, Michelle Dubois, yes.
What did he say that for? That guy's broken. That old guy's got a cell phone. He's got it in some kind of weird wallet Rolodex looking thing, but he's got a cell phone. He's telling her about it's better for her if she doesn't know or have any right, any property to defend herself, that she'd be better off just accepting the role of victim in society, that the individual is better off as the subject of the state, and that if the state wanted to help her, it would, and that she'd be better off without any means to defend herself. She's like, oh, thanks, I didn't want means to defend myself anyway. I think the state is better in that role. And he's like, you know the state is better in that role. And he keeps moving his hand behind his back as if to suggest the state is going to save her. You know, he's adamant about that. He's smacking on the table to say it. Look, the state's going to save you. He's like, well, will the state save me if it's not there to prevent immediate harm? And he's like, that doesn't matter. That doesn't happen. There's no such thing as immediate harm. The state can always save you. She doesn't believe him, but she's politely laughing at him, so that believes him, and she can walk away. No, she's not letting her. He's telling her, now he's scolding her about how she thought that she could trust the state. She's really there to do that. They never even considered defending herself. It's her fault. She's the reason that there's violence in society because she wants to defend herself. Okay, boy, because I was reading his book too much. I wanted to read his book. So. Well, I'm gonna do some stuff while it's going. I didn't know it was gonna be dead silent and also completely left in the dark what's going on. So, no, nothing at all there to discuss what's happening. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Look down. Yeah, nothing that's what's happening. It just says it's in the session. So if you want to check it out yourself, you can do. Or can you do so? There's interaction there. All you can do is answer question or vote or having back and forth feedback. All you can do is watch it. You can take a look at Cole's website real quick. So I got the link. Gun under actually from Massachusetts. There you go. Okay, dude's sitting back down there. He read the whole 130 something pages. He's good to go. He's sitting back down. The other two got up as soon as that guy sat back down, though. They know their role. It looks like the representatives in Massachusetts are really in shape. Their congressional gym probably gets a lot of free time. Not a lot of effort in the workmen there, in the employees at their gym. It's funny, you know. Pretty much they're all just standing around. Nobody's reading nothing, that's for sure. And if they're reading, I suspect they're just reading it for typos at this point. Well, it's broadcast, so they're probably not having, they're not allowed to run their cell phones in there, I bet. What date is today? The 18th? Nice. $30. That's $30. That was a sweet, sweet $30 right there. What do we got going on? Yeah, $30. So we're going to go. Oh, change fee, have you? Excellent. That's what I'm waiting for. And nothing back over here. That's interesting. Nothing back over here. That's for sure. Alright, so going back up. What? So $15. I think I can handle going down. 19 through 22. Oh, boo. Do it on Sunday. If that's something to do it on Sunday. Oh, good. So I don't have much to tell you. They're on some kind of normal session, whatever that means, and they went on some kind of recess to read the same topic for the third time. And essentially, all these people are just standing around or sitting in chairs. Most of them are standing around because they get bored of sitting in chairs, probably. And it looks like the ones that are normally standing are sitting down. So, with that. I'm not a fan of that carpet. What do you think of that carpet? I'm assuming that up in the audience or something, or in the, what's the word? The balcony, there's some sort of an audience. People are able to watch. It doesn't sound like there's testimonials today. But there might be observers. Camera doesn't move at all, so I'm guessing it's just some kind of electric robot eyeball screwed to the wall. Well, I guess is that the balcony over on the left of the big picture? I guess so. So there's probably not too many people watching this. Oh, I see. And then that clock at the top of the blue thing. I think you see what's happening. But they're definitely not showing any amount of people there. If this is live, then there's nobody in that balcony. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. This is the point. They're all getting paid a lot of money to stand there too. Worse in person, that's that. I guess. Boom! That just happened. Alright, well, I guess I got that to do. I guess I got that going for me. I'm going over to see if anybody else is streaming this, and then I'll stop.
Morning, and sorry to just in your inbox is all updates and breaking news. I'm not generally like that. I like to do these once or twice a week, and that's it. History is the
to be made at the State House tomorrow.
Today.
We really, and I know I've shot a couple shots over this bow already, but we need to be at the State House tomorrow, and with our shirts on and hats on and our signs in hand, that this is unacceptable, and we will oppose you from being reelected if you vote for this, because they are really just running roughshod over our civil rights with H.4135, formerly known as H.4135. So, yeah, I'm about to post something on Instagram and, on X, and we need to continue to hammer our representatives, principles of this bill, Rep. Michael Day, and who are constantly I'm going to give you some talking points, but involving our civil rights. Let me see, Ron. But the way this typically works is Ron Mariano, Speaker of the House, gets what he wants. So they are planning on taking a formal roll call vote at 11 a.m. tomorrow. I have no idea when they are going to vote on this throughout the day, but Ryan, hold that thought, because I do want to breach that subject, because I've heard a lot of this in this shop, even from my own employees and whatnot. So, but this is really important to get our reps to honor their oath. And I'm typing this text at the same time. Sorry. We'll just see here.
This is Kobe from yesterday on his channel, but they're not doing anything, so I'm playing it.
Oh, shoot. I really can't talk and think at the same time and type at the same time. I wish Twitter was better about popping up my formerly used hashtags, but all right, that's good enough. I just posted this out on Twitter, but here's basically the talking points. We need to let them know that a vote for this bill tells 600,000 law-abiding gun owners that their voice doesn't matter. You don't listen to them. A vote in favor of this bill is a vote against 451 chiefs of police in this state, and that you don't have their back. You don't take their word for anything. It also is a vote that Gun Owners Action League, their qualified opinion means zero to you, even though they have decades and decades of experience in this. They don't. Their experience and their knowledge means zero. What it also means is that the communities that most are the ones that
also come to order. Also come to order. The chair has been informed that House Bill 4135 has been released by the committee and the bill's the third reading. Mr. Dave Stoner moves suspension of the rules. All those in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Third reading of the bill.
An act modernizing firearm laws, House number 4135.
Question comes on passing the bill to be engrossed. The chair recognizes Representative Day of Stoneham.
Anybody know what's happening?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members, Mr. Speaker, I ask that when a vote be taken on this bill, it be called by a call of the yeas and nays.
Mr. Day moves and a vote be taken by a call of the yeas and nays. Those joining with him, please rise. First Division, 25. Sufficient number having risen when a vote is taken by a call of the yeas and nays. Chair recognizes Mr. Day.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. Mr. Speaker, we're here to consider passage of an act modernizing firearm laws. You may have heard of this bill. Perhaps not surprisingly, it seeks to modernize our firearm laws here in the Commonwealth. This effort is nothing new in Massachusetts. Here, we regularly revisit our firearm laws and update them to reflect the realities of the modern day. In fact, we have, since our very inception as a colony, regulated our firearms. I'll give you a little spin through our history for those who are interested. In 1632, the Massachusetts Bay Colony prohibited individuals from carrying loaded firearms without proper authorization. In 1671, Plymouth County required individuals to secure their firearms and to affirmatively warn and provide notice to their neighbors that they possessed a firearm. In the Acts of 1783, the Commonwealth provided for fines and forfeiture of firearms for anyone keeping a loaded firearm in any dwelling house, stable, barn, outhouse, warehouse, store, shop, or any other building. The laws of 1814 required the inspection and approval of all pistol barrels made here in Massachusetts. And in Chapter 219 of the Acts of 1866, Massachusetts well-regulated its militia by banning them unless the governor specifically authorized them. In 1906, we were licensed to carry a pistol or revolver. In 1975, we imposed a criminal sentence for carrying any type of firearm outside of the home without a license. In 2004, we signed a permanent assault weapons ban into state law after the federal ban had expired. In 2014, we updated our firearm laws to address gaps in licensing and other regulations by, among other things, improving our background checks and tracking private gun purchases and transfers. Modernizing our firearm statutes is not an attack on anyone's rights. Far from it. Ensuring that we're doing everything we can to protect the residents of the Commonwealth is what we're charged to do every time our residents elect to send us back here as representatives. Those who argue otherwise will claim that laws regulating firearms are, by their very nature, antithetical to our state or federal constitution, or not consistent with our nation's historical traditions, either don't know, don't show, or don't care. So we're here today undertaking this exercise again. Since July 1, in the last 3 months, many of us here and at home were taking a few days off if we could to spend with our family, go to a lake or a beach. We're getting our kids ready and then taking them back to start another school year full of excitement. We're settling into a busy fall routine with sports and work and everyday life. But since July 1, 90 of our families in Massachusetts have been forever shattered because of shootings. 90 separate shootings since July 1 in Massachusetts. 40 of our residents shot dead. 86 of our residents injured.
Where?
That's since July 1.
Where?
Seems now like not a morning goes by when we don't hear about a shooting, an avoidable death. We all know the story of the pregnant woman riding a public bus in the middle of the day, shot and seriously injured, loses her baby after an emergency delivery as a result of that shooting. The Dorchester family today continues to pray over their 11-year-old son who's lying in stable condition, and their 15-year-old daughter who's still fighting for her life in critical condition. Both innocent victims of gunfire, while the family spent time together in their yard in September. In response to these and other tragedies that we all keep hearing about, opponents of any firearm regulations blow dog whistles. That those only happen in certain neighborhoods, committed by the criminal element.
Oh, please.
One caller, among many callers to my office, said, "Now I'm not a racist, but these guns aren't getting up to shoot themselves." Always good to start with, "Now I'm not a racist, but." But, you know what the but is?
Quit associating us with
The but is we know that these shootings, while overwhelming in impacted communities, are not limited to them. September 30, a 22-year-old in Lexington shot two disabled women in his house, one of whom was his mother.
Therefore, we have to.
July 4, a 43-year-old shoots and kills his 30-year-old ex-girlfriend while she sleeps in her Raynham home. September 24, a man in Gardner shoots and seriously injures another man in a package store. October 13, a man shoots into a dorm in Framingham State College. August 2, 21 shots fired into an apartment building in Burlington. Again, this is since July alone. And it doesn't even factor near misses like the 7th grader in Quincy, who took his parents' unloaded gun with him into Central Middle School. So yes, it is once again time for this body to lead, as the House has historically done. This effort to modernize our firearm laws to respond to the challenges that we face today. And that is exactly what this legislation before us today is designed to do. The provisions in it are all calibrated to make us safer, to continue to allow those who can responsibly own and safely handle firearms to do so, but to crack down on those who cannot. Some of those challenges that we're facing have been with us since the invention of firearms. Some have arisen since our last overhaul in 2014. Untraceable guns, what some people call ghost guns, are flooding our streets and taking lives indiscriminately. Our state police report a 75% increase in the recovery of untraceable guns between 2021 and 2022 alone. These are homemade guns, or ones that are Frankenstein together without any ability of law enforcement to find out where they originated. In addition to this, we've got a minority of unscrupulous dealers who are doing an end run around our existing assault weapons ban by selling frames and receivers in other parts, allowing individuals to easily assemble them and make fully functional guns that are otherwise illegal here in Massachusetts. So to address these problems, we propose 3 substantive steps. First, we now include a frame or receiver in the definition of a firearm. Second, we require that all frames and receivers have a serial number that is reported to either the federal or the state government. Since 1968, all frames and receivers on firearms manufactured by a federally licensed gun manufacturer already have a serial number. This measure will bring those frames and receivers being made at home or being sold for home assembly in line with the federal law. It will enable our law enforcement professionals to charge individuals or groups who've got reports of 30 or 40 unfinished frames, receivers, firearms, now to be charged with trafficking of those firearms, something they're not able to do right now. Finally, we propose to modernize and fix our registration system to close loopholes that do exist on our transfer portal. Currently, dealers or individuals can buy and sell frames and receivers without limitations. Dealers are required to run background checks on the buyers and to record those transactions in their federal records. But neither dealers nor individuals are required to report these sales of frames and receivers to the existing state firearms transfer portal. This proposal will close that loophole. In listening to our local, state, and federal law enforcement professionals, those who are on the front lines of firearm inspections and investigations, we heard clearly that our assault weapons ban from 2004 was out of date, hard to find, and was regularly being circumvented. So here, we propose to address those problems in the following ways. First, our 2004 law references and relies upon the expired 1994 federal assault weapons ban. We codify that language now directly into our state law instead of relying upon an expired federal law. Second, as time marched on, the number of firearms that were copycats and duplicates of illegal firearms proliferated to the point where the Attorney General needed to issue a formal advisory opinion back in 2016. We also propose to codify that language into our laws. And finally, we propose to update our list of assault weapons first put into place back in 1994 by updating it with new models of firearms that have come onto the market and by updating the characteristics test to reflect modern firearms. We currently use a 3-factor test when determining whether a semi-automatic firearm is an assault weapon. And we now propose to move that to a 2-factor test. The first would be whether a firearm has a detachable ammunition clip that's easily discharged and reloaded. If it does, you'd look for the 2nd factor. To qualify as an assault weapon, the firearm would also have to have a characteristic that we list out. Things like a forward pistol grip that allow you to grab the rifle in front, or a flash suppressor that would make the firing of the gun more difficult to spot. When we first proposed this in HD 4020, I can't even remember what the signs say. When we first proposed this, we heard concerns that guns currently legally owned in Massachusetts would be immediately rendered illegal, that people would become criminals overnight. Their possessions would be seized by the government without recompense. We heard and we moved. So in the bill before us today, we've included a legacy provision that tracks the legacy provisions we included in 1994 on the federal law and in 2004 in our state analog. So to be clear, any firearm legally owned and registered in Massachusetts as of the effective date of the act will continue to be legal. Legally owned, they can be bought, sold, traded, passed down, transferred within the Commonwealth or out of the Commonwealth, depending on that receiving state's laws. Owners are shielded from criminal provisions in the updates to our assault weapons definition, and that also goes for any legal firearms dealers as well. Our updated registry of firearms will not impact legal firearm owners. What it will do is allow our local, state, and federal authorities to trace and prosecute those who are flooding our neighborhoods with guns from other states. It will also protect our law enforcement professionals by allowing them to know exactly how many guns are behind the doors they're knocking on when they're conducting a properly warranted search of someone's home or when they're serving a restraining order. And with respect to restraining orders, we propose to align our our harassment prevention order, Chapter 258E, with our other restraining order laws by allowing a court to make a finding that an individual found to be stalking or engaging in 3 or more harassing acts towards one person cannot individually continue to responsibly hold a firearm during the pendency of that restraining order. We also propose to improve our final safety net that we currently have in place to protect those who are in mental health crises, who pose a risk to themselves or others by having guns in their possession or access to them during that mental health crisis. We know it as the Extreme Risk Protective Order. Currently only applies to family members and law enforcement professionals who can go and petition a court. We've heard clearly that we need to allow those who know these individuals intimately, school administrators, employers who see individuals on a daily basis, or licensed healthcare professionals who have treated these individuals in crisis in the past 6 months. Provide them with the opportunity to go petition a court if they believe that the individual is in crisis and should not have access to a gun during that crisis. The court, as it does now, will conduct a full hearing at which that individual is present and entitled to be present, will accept evidence, and will make a determination after due process is afforded to the individual on that question. Another piece we've all heard about is the Bruin case. Supreme Court decided last year. Bruin was clear when it comes to what we call prohibited places. States now and always have had the constitutional authority to restrict firearms in sensitive spaces. The court specifically listed 3 and left open the question of what else constitutes a sensitive space. Those 3 spaces are schools, places of government administration, and polling locations. So this proposal does just that, restricts firearms in these locations with exemptions for law enforcement. We also looked and recognized, I think everyone should agree, that a person's home is sacred to them and their domain. Our own American jurisprudence has established that a homeowner has a right to determine who enters their home and if firearms are welcome in their home. So we enshrine that right into statute. We propose to do so by establishing a presumption that your guests are not entering your home armed without your permission. This law would otherwise leave unchanged the remainder of carrying of firearm laws, as private owners may continue to prohibit the carrying of firearms under private property, but only through express communication or posting, as is the current law. We heard that our current system of training those who wish to have a license to carry a firearm is largely subject to what program is offered in your area or what trainer is willing to do what facts. So we propose to make training uniform across Massachusetts, to require that if you're going to fire a gun, you first receive training on how to do so safely, to provide you with education on how to safely store a firearm, how to respond as a civilian to a live shooter, how to de-escalate a dangerous situation when a firearm is present as a civilian. This training is prospective only, and we exempt all who currently own a license to carry in good standing from this requirement when they seek to renew that license to carry. We heard from these licensed carriers many frustrations, both licensed to carry holders as well as hunters, firearm ID holders, that our firearm laws are overly complicated and in places contradictory. So the vast majority of this bill, the bulk of it, the famed 120 some odd pages you hear about, is a consolidation and a reorganization of those sections that will make compliance easier. Will make it easier for applicants to track the status of their applications. This proposal would make the application system a single, unified process with consistent standards and procedures for licenses to carry a handgun, a long gun permit, and licenses to sell. We also heard throughout the listening tour, the 11 stops around the Commonwealth, that policymakers and members of the general public want to know more about where firearms are used in crime, where they're coming from, what happens to them after they're turned into the authorities, what patterns exist that lead to criminal acts of violence, how our prosecutors are disposing of firearm charges after they're brought, what's the age, race, gender, ethnicity of our applicants, of those being rejected, of those being accepted, where those applicants are coming from. This act, which will again modernize our firearm laws, is a place in time. So with a view towards equipping our successors with better tools in this debate to keep our Commonwealth safe, we require regular reports on these critical data points in this bill. Finally, based on what we heard, we established a special legislative commission to examine the existing government funding structure for violence prevention services here in the Commonwealth, including funding sources, initiatives, and programs utilized, specific services funded, and communities served. We want to know what's happening in our impacted communities. Are our funds going to the right places there? Is it working? This commission is tasked with undertaking that study and submitting a report back to us with their findings and with their recommendations to the legislature. We are in the midst of a public health crisis, and it is unrelenting. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. As Abigail Adams said, we have too many high-sounding words and too few actions that correspond with them. It's time for the House to once again act in this area and ask for your support on this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes. The chair would ask members to refrain from applause, please. Chair would ask that the gallery please subdue their applause. Chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez of Springfield.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. I stand here today to express my support for the pending legislation before us, aimed at addressing the pervasive issue of gun violence in our society. While there may be different opinions on how to address the matter, one undeniable fact remains. Countless lives are being lost in our streets, in our schools, in our malls, in our hospitals, and in our homes due to gun violence. Some will accuse us of changing laws that will interrupt the lives of a few. Others will ask, what is the cost? I ask, what is the cost if we do nothing?
Do nothing.
Our eyes are wide open to the negative impact illegal weapons are having on society as a whole. Our actions must be for a greater good. Many of these tragic deaths are the result of irresponsible and illegal gun owners. And they must be held accountable. I reiterate, I stated illegal and irresponsible gun owners. Another fact that no one can argue, and equally distressing, is the fact that the children of even legal gun owners are also falling victim to accidental death, unintended discharges, and suicide with legally purchased weapons. Why do we agree? Why do we agree as a society that we must register every purchase and sale of an automobile and not every weapon?
Because you can kill.
Why do we
dozens of
agree as a
people with
society
automobiles and you can't do that with a firearm?
that in order to drive in this state, you must pass an exam, take a driving lesson, and pass a driving test, but not take a firearms safety course and practice prior to obtaining a license for a lethal weapon?
Because driving.
Why do we
regulations
accept
are not
in this
uniform.
society that in
They
order to
restrict
drive,
people from driving.
you must not have an impediment that will cause harm to the general public while driving, but not have the ability to review the present and the past history of a dangerous behavior of an individual with a legal weapon? The number of children and teens killed by gunfire in the United States has increased a staggering number of 50%. Our eyes are wide open. We see the victims, the tragic deaths, especially those under the age of 16. The statistics reveal that homicide account for 60% of gun deaths among children and teens in 2021, followed by suicide by 32% and accidents by 5%. So yes, our eyes are wide open, and the current situation reveals that we are facing a public health, a mental health crisis, and guns are a contributing factor. It is disheartening to realize
If contributing factors are to blame,
that a
then are they gonna
significant
go to
portion of
music
gun
next
deaths
and then
among
video
adults,
games again,
specifically
when they fail priorities are
55% in
always
2021, are attributed to suicide. In 1982, Angel Rivera, a college graduate and a teacher at Morgan School in Holyoke, Massachusetts, a father of two, was able to buy an illegal gun like buying candy on the street corner. Angel Rivera, like many others today facing a mental health crisis, took his life, leaving behind two young children. Angel Rivera was my mother's oldest boy. Angel Rivera was my brother. Suicide is killing more people than the pandemic, and this legislation is personal. It's personal to thousands of mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and Democrats and Republicans, families and friends. Gun violence has touched us all. These statistics cannot be ignored or repudiated.
The louder I speak,
It is our duty, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership, because together we must take every responsible and possible measure to enact laws that can make a substantial difference and save lives, even if it's only one life.
even if it means regulating
The
the size of a
cost
soda.
should not be the question.
even if it means regular.
The answer is what will be the ultimate cost of a life if we do nothing.
Determines what resources go.
The implementation of a system to track and trace firearms using serial numbers, similar to how automobiles are registered and monitored. The presence of serial numbers on weapons or in some part of a ghost gun will support law enforcement to identify and hold accountable those who are making and selling and using illegal weapons. In Springfield, approximately 90% of gun seized in crimes have serial numbers. It is our duty to track and trace each and every one. And providing the tools to law enforcement to hold those selling illegal guns accountable is our responsibility. This bill will hinder the flow of weapons in the wrong hands and prevent further loss of innocent lives. Like in Springfield, an innocent grandmother and a 10-year-old that were gunned down with a legally purchased gun by an unauthorized user. Or in Holyoke, where a soon-to-be mother riding public transportation was shot and her child died at the hands of an illegal gun owner. The statistics speak for themselves, and it's our moral obligation to take action. The cost should not be the question. The answer is what will be the ultimate cost of a life if we do nothing. Together, we can make a difference and save countless lives. Today, I stand and urge you to stand with me, with the thousands of mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters, Republicans and Democrats, that are burying their child every single day. Passing this legislation today will not in any way demand any legal gun owner, regardless of what you have been told, to turn in their weapons or not be allowed to buy weapons tomorrow. Thank you to for Stoneham and his staff for stepping up and facing this challenge. It's our time to stand up. We must acknowledge the leadership of the Speaker, Majority Leader in the Ways and Means, and the needed legislation. I urge you all, my colleagues, on both sides of the aisle, to vote favorably. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative of Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, you rise in support of House 4135. First, I'd like to extend my gratitude and congratulations both to the gentleman from North End and to the gentleman for Stoneham. This is an impressive effort both to modernize Massachusetts gun and respond to the Supreme Court's ruling, all engaging the public through 11 listening sessions around the Commonwealth and seeking input and feedback over the last year from colleagues and advocates and constituents. To the gentleman from Stoneham, the Speaker gave you a homework assignment, and you understood the assignment. This has been an incredible effort by you, your staff, to many of the people in the Speaker's staff. All of your due diligence and your commitment are why we stand here today and taking yet another significant step forward and saving lives in Massachusetts. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you how proud I am to continue to serve under you as our Speaker. You have continued to lead in full force, not taking your foot off the gas, and ensuring that we never stop asking the question, what more can we do today to save lives? Both on this issue and many other issues that are before us in this session. Today, we're going to go ahead and we're going to close a lot of loopholes. We're going to modernize this legislation, and we are going to save lives. I'm grateful to see that we're moving forward, creating a regulatory framework on ghost guns. When I first started looking at this issue and drafted legislation with my former police commissioner, it was because of what happened less than a mile away from where I live in Cambridge. Through the heroic efforts of a Cambridge post office carrier, he contacted the police department when he realized over 75 shipments had been sent to one home in Cambridge from multiple gun manufacturing companies. What they found in this person's home, after working so closely with the U.S. Postal Service and the Cambridge Police Department, this man had ordered enough untraceable gun parts. Oh, and he was not licensed in Massachusetts. What they found were 28 firearms that had been assembled, 3 assault rifles, enough parts to build 25 more firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests. So while this man would have never been able to buy a gun in Massachusetts, he sure had a stockpile ready to go in his Cambridge apartment. The incredible work of the police and of the U.S. Postal Service, we know, helped us save many lives and avoid a tragedy that many communities around the country have not been lucky enough to avoid. This legislation will continue to make sure that we are doing everything we can to save lives and prevent the tragedies and the loss of life that so many have experienced in our country. I'm grateful that we'll now prohibit firearms in public spaces, including government-owned buildings like the State House, public libraries, municipal buildings, and schools. Today, we take a stand acknowledging the reality of fear and intimidation and the threats of violence that are meant to disrupt or chill the democratic process, whether it's a contentious legislative hearing or ballots are being cast or counted. Families in Massachusetts and the children of our communities can take comfort in knowing that we continue to hold their lives sacred and that we continue to find every way possible to ensure the safety of their lives. I find no comfort in saying I wish Congress would do the same, or any assurance that once we cross state boundaries, those assurances are no longer with us. A few years ago in my community, somebody left the city of Cambridge and within 6 hours crossed state boundaries, purchased a gun, came back and murdered somebody in our city that they could have never purchased in Massachusetts because of the intentional, deliberative steps that we have taken as a body to ensure that that can't happen. Well, there's so much in this bill to thank the Speaker and the gentleman from Stoneham and the North End. I also want to say thank you for closing the loopholes on the extreme risk protection and red flag legislation that we passed in 2018. This bill creates an expanded access to those protections, will expedite protections for people experiencing harassment and abuse by allowing for the immediate suspension and surrender of firearms and licenses by those subject to protective orders that demonstrate a substantial likelihood of immediate danger or harassment. One last final appreciation, while there are again so many, is ensuring that we now have the ability to use our current data collection to ensure that we are better informing ourselves as policymakers, that we are informing our gun violence prevention leaders, our law enforcement, and our experts in doing intervention work to give a clearer picture of what is working to reduce gun violence and where our resources and we had 5 states. Be clear, in Canada they had 4. They've had 2. In France, they had 8. In 2021, Massachusetts is 247 armed deaths in our state. So we have the lowest of gun homicides in any other state in the 3.4%, 100,000 people in our state. But one of those 447 people murdered and killed and whose lives violence, it's many. But it was 247. Because the laws that new in this bill, leadership of our Speaker, and many today listening and watching and advocating have to make sure that we have the lowest homicide rates in the nation. And yet we stand here today and say enough because we understand, which was so eloquently said by my colleague prior this from just the gentleman from Springfield, Every life is sacred, and we need to be able to have conscience to look at ourselves, the members of our community, and say, we have not given up. Continue to make sure that whenever we have an opportunity to save lives in Massachusetts, we will do that. I'm so proud to serve a body. I am proud to serve in a body that is emotional and that values lives and that knows that having the lowest gun homicide rates in the country, one, is not enough. Two, it didn't just happen. It was an intentional, committed policy work that we here should all take pride in. Thank you, Mr.
One of
Speaker.
the biggest pieces that they needed to put on display. They're all going to say that.
Chair recognizes Representative Lewis of Framingham.
This is part of a bigger structured game, so listen to every one of them is going to say about the lowest crime rates and the lowest violent rates. They're all going to stand on suicides when they need to, and they're all going to include...
Mr. Speaker, through you to the members, I rise in favor of H.4135, an act modernizing firearm laws. I first want to join the chorus in thanking the gentleman from Stoneham for his work on this legislation, for having an open door to hear from all of us, and for visiting so many of our districts. It was a great honor to join my local colleagues in having him and his team in Framingham. And as I look through this final bill, I am also grateful that provisions were included in this bill from legislation I filed with a great gentleman from Natick as it related to updating our assault weapons laws. It was during his stop in Framingham that many of the attendees who opposed even the most basic of our current laws blamed everything but guns for gun violence in our country. Many of them were to blame social media, horror movies, video games, or the very specific kids today. I sat and I listened. They were, in part, some of my constituents. As they talked about social media, movies, and video games being the reason that our kids have to confront the very real reality that maybe their school will be the next school, that's the location of the next slaughter of our children.
This is their narrative from the 1990s.
But as we all know, in our very interconnected world, teens in England play video games. Students in Australia use social media. South Korea, young people there love violent movies like in every other country in the world. And in some cases, in places like Japan and every country on the planet, some young people struggle with depression and anxiety. To put it simply, these are simply realities that connect young people across our planet, across time zones, and across cultures. But it is only youth in the United States who have to live with the reality that because of some elected leaders in DC who have prioritized the ability to own weapons of war and unregistered, unregulated ghost guns over their right to survive adolescence, that they alone, as youth in our planet, have a worry that none of the others do. Like many of you, before I was elected, I was a parent. And long after I'm put out to pasture by my constituents, hopefully years down the road, I'm still going to be a parent. That identity for me, and I can say I know for many of us, as a caregiver is essentially a part of who we are. It is foundational of how I see myself. As parents, aunts, uncles, grandparents, caregivers, it's our core responsibility to keep our kids safe. When they're little, it's reminding them to tie their shoes, look both ways when they cross the road. As they get older, it's teaching them to drive and don't drink. You'll call me if you need me. The kids get bigger, the problems get bigger, but that core responsibility of keeping them safe never changes. And as they go off to school, we have to trust society and the system to also keep them safe. But as legislators, we have a responsibility beyond our own families. We have a responsibility to pass laws that help to keep all our children safe. This morning, like many of you, as my kids went off to school, I waved them goodbye. or as is the case with many of us who have teens, we're lucky if it's a quick side awkward hug as they ask that I drop them off, a block or two from where their destination is. Or if we're lucky, it is a proper goodbye as the door slams and they walk away embarrassed to have known us. This also is a near universal reality across the country and world. Parents say goodbye to their kids, sending them out into the world, hoping that in a couple hours they'll come back. And in Germany, England, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Canada, more countries than I have time to list, no other parent has any doubt in their mind that at the end of the school day, that bus is going to pull up and their kid is going to come out. It is only here in the United States where we as parents have to live with the reality that somewhere today, there will be a parent, there will be multiple parents who wave goodbye, give the kiss, send the lunch out the door.
You better be scared. The state is
But there will be a child, multiple children who never come home.
Because of the state is
Why?
there to protect them.
Because our nation, as opposed to any other nation in the world, has prioritized one's private right to own a weapon of war over the right of our kids to survive and ideally thrive in adolescence.
How come they're
Statistically, we
saying
know
adolescents, but now they're gonna
that
include
our kids are going to come
19-year-olds?
home. We
We're gonna
know
talk about
that our kids most likely are going to come home off the bus at the end of the day.
Probably
We know that
they
it's
will.
likely not going to
Good
be
chance
our
that they
communities
will.
where our mall or our temple, our synagogue, our mosque, our church, our movie theater, it's not going to be us. We know that statistically.
Oh, I see.
But if we're being honest with ourselves, we actually don't know.
You don't know.
Because sometime in the not so distant future, there will be another mass shooting.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Or
there's
maybe
one
lightning
nearly
strike,
every
or
day
maybe a
in this
flood,
country.
Or maybe a fire.
And a parent who hugged their kid goodbye this morning is not going to see that kid come home from their first date,
What about
from their first day
fentanyl?
of school,
What about
or their
fentanyl?
first day on the job.
Something to the order of 7 times
Locally
more
in
likely to
Framingham,
die
you
from
may have seen it
fentanyl.
on the
What
news.
about fentanyl?
This hit home in a way that none of us were really prepared for.
You can't be scared of fentanyl.
An alarm system that was meant to detect a gunshot went off
But
in
we
our
made
high
fentanyl
school.
illegal already.
And in the middle of the school day, blaring over the loudspeakers was active shooter in J Hall. I can't even imagine. I wasn't there. I don't have a high
indoctrination
schooler at
must
this
have been
moment.
horrible
I can
for them.
imagine what it was like to be in that classroom. I can say our administrators and our teachers did exactly what they were supposed to do. The kids did what they were supposed to do to keep themselves safe because everyone believed that there was an active shooter in J Hall. But what no parent was prepared for was the text that we all dread getting. Mom, Dad, there's something going on in the school. There's a shooter. I'm barricaded in my classroom. I'm turning off my phone. I love you. Hundreds of parents in our local public school had to get those texts. It came home. It came home to Framingham. And while I have always been in favor of reflecting on our gun safety laws, that day, more convinced than ever, I committed to doing whatever it took to make sure that no other parent has to get that text. Because that day, those kids were put through trauma that no other kids in the world have to go through. We risked their lives. We forced them to live with the uncertainty created by the abundance of unregulated weapons within our borders.
How the fuck
And
did
we
you
tell
say
them that it's normal
with this
and
happening
forget
in
that the rest
Israel?
of the world lives another way.
Does Israel not count as
We
the rest of
traumatize
the
our
world?
children, we
Does
traumatize
Mexico
our
not
teachers,
count
we
as the rest of
traumatize
the
our
world?
communities, and
What
we
a
forget
asshole.
that the rest of the world shows us that it doesn't have to be.
What about Mexico? Isn't that the rest of the world?
I hope one day that we can join parents around the world and giving that side hug or that quick goodbye, knowing with 100% confidence that they're coming back. Our kids already have so many worries in their lives. My kids remind me all the time, I'm old, I have no idea what's going on in their lives. But I hope for a world where they don't have to worry about if this is the day that their school and their community is going to be the place that's attacked. Are they going to be the next victims of our country's addiction to unchecked weapons of war?
or your addiction to being scared of.
Today's law moves us forward. It is a huge step in the right direction. It alone is not going to be enough. We live in a national society with states making their own laws. But with this law, Massachusetts is going to be safer than it was yesterday. And I continue to dream of a world in which we pass this law, other states do similar. Maybe my kids won't be able to graduate without more trauma. Maybe your kids or grandkids won't be able to do it. But there is a hope that our grandkids or their grandkids could live in a world where they have the same security and love from society that kids who live in Berlin and across the world. I hope you'll join me today in supporting this vital bill for all of our families and all our kids. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Meridian of Grafton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. I rise today in the unenviable task of speaking against legislation that my dear friend from Stoneham spent many months crafting. But having your voice heard is precisely what must need to be done in this situation, where I fear our Second Amendment rights, those given to each and every one of us through the Constitution, are going to be infringed upon. I can certainly appreciate the original comments after the Bruin decision regarding the need for Massachusetts to become federally compliant. I too, as a practical, common sense, law-abiding gun owner, can understand that something needs to be done around ghost guns. Heck, if we wanted to have an honest and well-intentioned conversation around having to qualify to receive your LTC or your FID, I would have been open to that dialogue. Unfortunately, this legislation is an egregious infringement on all lawful gun owners and frankly, all residents of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
This guy's a plant.
As I have had interactions with hundreds, if not thousands, of constituents within my district on this matter, the resounding question remains, what is the new proposal trying to solve? What data is there to bring about these proposed sweeping changes to our existing laws? Under the last major change to our gun laws, there was a section dedicated to compiling statistics and data to track whether the laws were working or if new laws might be needed. I would refer anyone to Chapter 284, Section 4 and 5 of the 2014 Acts and Results. Specifically in Section 4, subsection 10, and I quote, statistics related to firearm crimes, arrests and prosecutions, or firearm-related offenses to serve as an examination of the effectiveness of the Commonwealth's firearm-related regulations. It also goes on to talk about the State Police Fusion Center, and under the Colonel, a special unit known as the Criminal Firearms Trafficking Unit to be established. Unfortunately, the funding was not allocated, and thus, there's no data. I know it was hoped that this agency would start the collection of data from around the state so we can make much better judgments in this very chamber on what we need to do in the future. But we as a collective body never moved to prioritize that funding. Now you fast forward to today when we have a significant proposal in front of us, many proponents saying we'll make the streets safer. And again, I asked for the data. We've heard the data since July 1st, but we didn't hear of how many incidents were by someone who is lawfully owning that gun or someone who is illegally possessing that gun. That's because the data doesn't fit the narrative. Like many of you, I've heard from our police departments about the need to do something about ghost guns, and I already said it, I agree. But where is the rest of the sensationalized data? Well, it would naturally make sense to turn to the Department of Public Health's report on injury deaths to Massachusetts residents in 2021. Now, I'm going to stop real quick before I continue and say that even one death from a firearm or otherwise should not be accepted. We need to be better people. We need to take care of each other a whole heck of a lot better, and we need to change our perceptions and our actions to value an individual's life. But sadly, we do not live in a utopian society, which is why we're here today. I go back to the data. In 2021, there were 5,496 injury deaths in Massachusetts, an increase of 10% over 2020. Now that to me says something should be done. We should look at that. Why? But looking at the numbers, it appears the leading mechanisms of injury deaths also increased from 2020. The top increases being poisonings at 12%, falls by 13%, and motor vehicle traffic-related crashes by 19%.
I wonder how many.
84% of all deaths in 2021 were unintentional, followed by 11% by way of suicide, and under 3% by homicide. The sad reality is if someone's mind is committed to do harm, it doesn't matter the tool or mechanism that they use or the laws that are on the books. With that in mind, if we take away the suicide numbers, the actual homicide number of deaths in 2021 in Massachusetts was 111. Again, even one death is too many. But this number does not differentiate from lawfully owned and illegally possessed firearms. Do we think that creating further restrictions and limitations on lawful gun owners will actually reduce gun violence? We cannot legislate or regulate morality. What we need to do is ensure that our current laws are being upheld. The number one issue that I have heard, aside from data collection from our constituents, especially in my district, is the sad reality that at times the judicial system is failing society. It doesn't matter the books we have, the law and the books, if we're not enforcing them. Criminals need punishment, not pleas. If we're serious about lowering the death rates in Massachusetts, we need to look at the serious spike in poisoning deaths. Our punishment should be swift and severe for bringing anything over our borders and into the Commonwealth. Passing such an overreaching piece of legislation where our laws are already some of the strongest in the country, with actual data showing a 2% death rate in Massachusetts, to me seems extreme. Again, don't get me wrong, I do not want one death in this state. But the passage of this law will do nothing to ensure safer streets or deter criminals. The data is not there, and enforcing our current laws most certainly would provide a curb to gun violence. If this bill was about ghost guns, again, sure. If it was about qualifying for an LTC, I would be open to those conversations. But to see a bill that stretches so far as to limit our off-duty police officers in carrying a high-capacity firearm, now calls for active shooter training for a license to carry, I find that absolutely absurd to try to classify LTC owners or recipients of the license as having to train for active shooter. We have some of the most courageous men and women in the Commonwealth protecting our cities and towns. They're the ones that train for those sort of situations. It shouldn't be a very well-vetted group. Now, that being said, I must say that should that be included in the final version of the bill, I would expect down the line for an amendment to be filed somewhere calling for training on high-speed vehicle chases when you have an RMV driver's license. Because if we're going to talk about the 1% of 1% of issues, then we should be consistent across the board.
There you go.
I am proud to stand with over 400 chiefs from cities and towns in the Commonwealth and urge my colleagues to vote against this measure. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hendricks of New Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. I rise in support of H.4135. Last summer, the Supreme Court of the United States stripped our police chief's ability to exercise discretion when deciding who is eligible for a license to carry. Now, anyone can carry a firearm so long as they satisfy the objective requirements such as background checks, licensing, and safety training. This will inevitably lead to more people armed in our streets, for better or worse. And despite our efforts in regulating firearms, the Commonwealth is still experiencing a rise in shootings and gun deaths, steadily since 2010. The prevalence of ghost guns on our streets, particularly in gateway cities like New Bedford, has made it difficult for our cities and towns to mitigate gun violence. After all, ghost guns are not regulated in any way, which gives someone the ability to completely skirt our laws and policies here in Massachusetts. This is not okay. Our people deserve better. Our constituents should not have to lose sleep at night knowing that there are prohibited people making guns at home. Guns that are untraceable, unlawful, unsafe, and unacceptable. We have the duty to do something now, which is why I'm grateful for Speaker Mariano, the gentleman from the North End, and the gentleman from Stoneham for crafting a relevant and timely bill. Using the conservative opinion of the Supreme Court as a roadmap, this bill strengthens and modernizes the objective foundations of gun violence: background, training, and licensing. And of course, finally tackles the issue of ghost guns by requiring the serialization of frames and receivers, a provision that was significantly changed due to the concerns that we heard directly from licensed gun owners in the community at large. This will have a drastic effect on mitigating gun violence. Now, for example, if police come across parts of a ghost gun that aren't serialized, whether assembled or not, they can do nothing. They can't confiscate the parts or arrest anyone for possession thereof. Is that good policy?
Yeah.
A policy that allows people to so easily make guns and work around the laws that we in this chamber put in place? Of course it isn't. So in H.4135, we give the police the tools necessary to prevent gun violence in our streets when it comes to homemade firearms, giving them the ability to confiscate these illegal guns and arrest anyone who possesses them. It is also necessary that we formalize and modernize our gun safety training course that is required in order to possess a firearm. Mandating that folks receive education on civilian use of force and emergency response in the event of an active shooter is perhaps the most relevant piece of this legislation. Let's face it, the greatest risk we all face as humans in 2023 in America as it relates to guns is mass shootings. So it makes perfect sense to mandate that those seeking to possess a firearm at least receive education and insight on how to mitigate harm during an active shooter incident. This is the closest we can get to codifying the idea that, in fact, good people with guns do have a place in protecting others in today's world. So let's make sure our residents know the basics in the event of any emergency situation. This bill also mandates that everyone fire at least one round during the safety training course, a common sense idea that stresses the importance of knowing how to safely handle and discharge a firearm. If you can't get a license without a road test, then the same safety standard should apply to guns as well.
What standards apply?
I was very pleased to see the chairman respond to the
council?
concerns we heard over the last several months. Concerns we heard about assault weapons, serialization, in sensitive places. Now, under this bill, a grandfather exception is now in play regarding certain assault weapons. This will prevent a logistical nightmare for licensed gun owners and prevent thousands of people from becoming criminals overnight. The last thing we want. Additionally, this bill does away with the serialization of feeding devices. Again, highlighting the House's ability to listen, deliberate, and act. H.4135 also encompasses time, manner, and place concerns we heard from our constituents, no longer requiring express consent for carrying on private commercial property. Again, avoiding another logistical nightmare. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, and through you to membership, I hope that you will join me in voting favorably for H.4135, a bill that will get a handle on homemade guns, modernize our safety course, and further make the Commonwealth a place of common sense and safety. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Linsky of Natick.
Say common sense more. What would happen if the carpet was a better color?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. Of course, I want to thank you for your leadership and your commitment to this issue, and I want to thank the gentleman from Stoneham for producing a common sense, superb bill and for his hard work and his patience over the last year. The gentleman from Stoneham thankfully gave us some historical perspective dating back to the colonial days on this issue and how Massachusetts has always regulated firearms. I want to give you some of the most recent historical perspective since I came into this legislature, or actually just shortly before it. In 1998, Massachusetts enacted a statewide assault weapons ban, and we modeled it after the federal ban that had been put in place in 1994, and that was signed by Republican Governor Paul Cellucci. In 2004, the federal ban expired. So we as a legislature decided to update the assault weapons ban at that time, and that was put into law, signed by Republican Governor Mitt Romney. In 2014,
Mitt Romney.
this legislature undertook a comprehensive review of our licensing procedures. And we did a complete overhaul that saved a great many lives. And that was signed into law by Governor Patrick, a Democrat. In 2017, after the tragedy at Las Vegas, we took the extraordinary step of banning bump stocks. And that was signed into law by Governor Baker. In 2018, after the tragedy and the horrible times at Parkland High School in Florida, we, through the leadership of many in this body today, passed the Extreme Risk Protection Order law.
That's not leadership.
An important step to help keep guns out of the hands of people who, quite frankly, should not have them. Again, signed by Governor Baker.
What about
my point in that is,
people who
through history,
shouldn't have fentanyl.
This legislature, working in a bipartisan, common sense nature, has passed effective gun violence prevention measures that have made this state, through the years, either the safest or the second safest state in the United States. And it's something we as a body should all be proud of. In 2022, just last year, in response to the Supreme Court's Bruin decision, we again had to update our laws to make sure that they complied with the federal Supreme Court
like
decision.
They went to the state that had one of the best numbers, and then
the title of this bill for a minute. It is an act to modernize our firearm laws, and that is exactly what we are doing. Because as technology changes and as society changes, we have an obligation to make sure all of our laws, including our firearm laws, are up to date. And that is exactly what this body is doing today.
Oh, just exactly what
the world has changed and technology has changed. Over the last few years, there has been a proliferation of military-style weapons in private hands. The internet has happened. And because of the internet, ghost guns, that is, parts that are available on the internet to anyone, whether they are licensed or not, are readily available and to be able to be put together into a working firearm. That didn't exist a few years ago.
Oh my goodness.
In addition to that, there are now things like lock switches and other items that have become readily available that can turn a semi-automatic weapon into an automatic weapon.
It seems like
we now have 3D printing. That didn't exist a few years ago. And now you can readily make and assemble a working firearm in the comfort of your own home. That is why we have to do this bill. Society changes, technology changes, and we have an obligation to make sure that our communities are safe. We cannot sit idly by. Now, each and every time we took up one of these bills, whether it was back in 98 or 2014 or 2017 or 2018, we heard the same argument. We were confiscating guns. It's a Second Amendment violation. We won't be able to hunt. We won't be able to protect our home and property. Well, you know what? None of that ever happened.
You know
the
what?
sky didn't fall.
You know what?
The other argument that I always hear is that we don't enforce the laws that we already have on the books.
But you know what?
Well, let me tell you something.
But you know what?
For the last 39 years, I have been in the district courts and the superior courts of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on a daily or weekly basis.
And you know what?
As a prosecutor, I was a prosecutor for 14 years before I came here. I personally sent to state prison over 200 people for firearms violations. I see it every single day. Yeah, you may see something in your local newspaper, this case dismissed or some charges reduced. That happens. But you know what? there's always a reason for it. I can tell you that each and every prosecutor in this state takes firearm crime that is provable beyond a reasonable doubt extremely seriously. It is a complete fallacy to think that those laws aren't being enforced. This bill is a response to our changing world, and we need to do this. There are so many good aspects to this bill, and quite frankly, they should not be objectionable. The bill addresses ghost guns. The bill addresses sensitive places. Who actually believes that we want to have a proliferation of firearms in polling places or government buildings? It updates the definition of assault weapons. It makes illegal the Glock switches and the other items that can convert semi-automatics into automatic weapons. It finally requires live fire training. Look, don't you think for a minute that if you're going to own a gun, and that is your right to own a gun, that you should be able to load and fire and to be able to handle that gun safely and to be able to be taught the correct way to do it? When you go through driver training, you don't just take the classroom portion of driver training. You actually have to get behind the wheel of a car and show you know how to drive a car. Shouldn't you have to do the same thing with a gun to show that you know how to load and fire it safely? We expand the extreme risk protection order law, and we also make it a law that if you are the subject of a harassment order, like a domestic violence restraining order, you don't have the right to have a gun. And it increases the penalties for failing to report if you fail to report a lost or a stolen firearm. Because quite frankly, too many crimes, too many accidents, too many suicides happen with guns that have been lost or stolen. That's a serious offense if you don't report a lost or stolen firearm, and you should be punished accordingly. This is an important bill. It has been vetted, and let me tell you some other things. The Supreme Court of the United States has issued a series of rulings. Whether we agree with those rulings or whether we disagree with those rulings, we have to abide by it. I can assure you that every single line of this bill is in accordance with the Bruin decision, is in accordance with the Heller decision, and don't think for a moment that this bill goes too far. This bill is a superb piece of writing. I am proud to stand here with my colleagues. I'm proud to stand with the Speaker. I'm proud to stand here with the gentleman from Stoneham, and I'm proud to stand here with the other 159 people who had the opportunity to get involved in this bill, to make their voices heard, and I ask you to engross this bill. Thank you very much.
All right, so it definitely seems like they've got an agenda here to...
Chair recognizes Representative Durant of Spencer.
That Massachusetts has the numbers they like, so now they're going to use this as a pulpit to pound their chest and go, oh, the gun laws are the result of our awesome restrictive gun enforcement or gun stuff. They're going to ignore the police.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Things won't do anything.
And through you to the members,
whether or not
I rise in opposition to this bill today. And as I'm listening to this debate go on, I'm taking notes and I'm trying to wrap my head around all of the arguments that are being made. The idea that when we get licensed to carry a concealed carry permit, an LTC, how to use that. Really strange thought someone would have. We just get a license. I just picked up this gun and I know how to use it. I can tell you that first, well, at the time, the FID card, my identification card, I was 15 years old.
I remember that because my father had me to go get it. And I purchased my first rifle at the time that I sold to this day. As soon as I was able to remember the date, I got what was then the pistol permit. That was probably 1999. It was changed. Some friends of mine, we got our permits, took courses in handling of weapons, handling of firearms, because you did. That's the responsibility of a governor. And we took that responsibility very seriously. And the things that I learned that at that time were things that I still hold with me today, and that anybody who handles a firearm responsibly would know. You pick up a firearm, somebody hands you a firearm, you check to see if it's loaded, you check to see that it's not chambering around. And it actually becomes just a kind of a reflex that you do. We listen today to a lot of impassioned arguments for this bill, reasons why we need this. And, and again, I'm trying to write down some notes, and I have so many different thoughts and whatnot, and don't worry, this isn't my speech. But as I think about this, and as I listen to all of these speakers come up before me, I found myself asking the question, what's the goal here? What is the goal of this bill? Is it to reduce crime? Because I don't see how this bill does it. Is it to take guns off the street? Illegal guns off the street? Because I don't see how it does that. When we attended the hearing, I was at the hearing last Tuesday. A lot of questions were asked. And one of the things that we heard was that we seem to have a proliferation of weapons that come into the state from Georgia. Maybe that's an easy state to get weapons from. And these illegal guns flood into our state, into the hands of criminals. And the question is very simple. How does this bill stop that? How does this bill stop that? It doesn't. We hear about frames and frames being delivered, and God bless the postman in Cambridge who was able to find that and find the criminal. But how does this bill stop that? By serializing these. If somebody can go somewhere else, how does it stop the criminal from obtaining a weapon? It doesn't do that. What's the goal of this bill? Is it to prevent suicide? I mean, suicide is a tragedy. We have a mental health crisis here in the United States. We passed a red flag law a few years back. Red flag laws can be effective in helping us to prevent suicide. It would be really nice if we knew just how effective that has been, where we've gone with that. Has it been effective for us? But we don't know that. But let's pass more laws because we think it will help. It seems to me that this bill has one goal, and that's the goal that when the listening tours were going on, when we were having the informational sessions, when this bill was being written, we were all told that the legal gun owner is not the target here. We're not going after them. But it certainly seems to be that that's exactly what we're doing. I carry with me today this stack of papers. Is actually just a small stack of over 100 written pieces of testimony for our bill and for our hearing last week. I just put a quick call out on Facebook, social media. Just put a quick call out on Facebook, and I said if you want to provide testimony, because this hearing had come up so quickly and wasn't really given a lot of time for people to kind of sign up, adjust their life, maybe take a day off from work, whatever they might do. I said, if you want to provide that testimony, send it to us. Send it to us, and I'll bring that with me. Within 24 hours, I had over 100 pieces of paper. They still keep coming in. In addition, of course, I think we've all gotten hundreds, if not thousands, of emails. I represent Central Massachusetts, my communities in Central Massachusetts, the towns of Spencer, Charlton, Southbridge, and Dudley. And, Yeah, you know what? We're sportsmen out there. We like to hunt. We like to target shoot. We like to partake in these sports that are enshrined in the Constitution. We heard earlier today that other countries don't have this problem, right? Australia doesn't have this problem. Canada doesn't have this problem. France doesn't have this problem. But you know what? They don't have the Second Amendment. They don't have the Second Amendment like we do. We have a right to keep and bear arms in the United States of America. I'm not saying any other country's right or wrong. They can handle their own countries. That's not my problem. But we have that right here. And it's up to us to allow our citizens to exercise their rights freely. We need to punish criminals. We need to do it swiftly, and we need to do it very judiciously. We saw that the mass chiefs of police themselves, the very law enforcement people that are responsible for keeping us safe, came out against this. The executive director, Mark Leahy, says, our strict Massachusetts gun laws have already resulted in our state enjoying the lowest rate of gun murder deaths in the United States. What will make a difference is the swift and vigilant prosecution of the criminals engaging in these felonious acts and a renewed embracement of what mandatory minimum sentences means. What will make the difference is the swift and vigilant prosecution of criminals engaged in these felonious acts. If that's our goal, if our goal here is to protect people, then we need to act swiftly against criminals and those who would seek to do us harm. I'm not going to read the rest of this. I think we've heard a lot of the statistics about it. We've heard about the statistics. Massachusetts, one of the safest states in the nation, and that's great. I mean, I happen to think our gun laws work pretty good. We don't seem to have school shootings here, thank God. But that doesn't mean that we have to keep trying to punish people who are licensed carriers. I'm going to leave you today with some information in just I want to read what one of these letters says, just because I think it bears something that we all want to understand. Again, I represent Central Massachusetts, an area that's rich in sportsmen, and so I give you this letter from a gentleman. His name's Troy, and he lives in the town of Holden, town just to the north of me. And he says, as a U.S. Army veteran, it breaks my heart to see our Second Amendment rights under attack by this proposed bill. How many men and women in our country and Commonwealth have laid down their lives to protect this essential constitutional freedom? This proposed bill will only have a negative impact on law-abiding citizens and virtually no impact on crimes involving firearms. I started hunting with semi-automatic rifles and shotguns when I was 12 years old, a tradition handed down by generations in my own family and many others that taught respect for firearms, preserving wildlife, and a love of the outdoors. I also participated in youth 4-H shoots, programs using semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. As a result, I learned valuable life skills as well as how to responsibly, safely, and constructively handle firearms. I have to believe that this competency made me a better soldier as well. I still actively hunt to provide for my family, and I legally carry a firearm for their protection on a daily basis. Please consider your stance on this bill carefully. While doing so, think about the negative impacts it will have on our youth for generations to come. I'm thankful that I'm not alone in opposing such a freedom-stifling bill. Even in this modern age, there are those of us who are still willing to fight and even give up our lives to protect our precious Second Amendment rights. For now, I ask humbly that you please consider how your fellow citizens feel about this bill. Talk to and take advice from those who own and use firearms, not just from those who ignorantly fear them. Firearms of any sort or capacity are perfectly safe in the right hands. Let's not leave them only in the wrong hands. Instead, maybe we can focus on the social issues that plague our society.
Calling them ignorant.
And I ask you to join me in respecting the veterans and all of our families and the freedoms that they serve to protect by opposing this proposed bill. I think he sums it up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a responsibility to those in the Commonwealth. We have a responsibility to keep people safe, but that doesn't mean we take away the freedoms and the rights enjoyed by those legal citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask you to vote no on this bill.
They're going to get paid by the.
Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan Almeida from Abington.
They're going to get paid by the Republican anti-gun law called the Safer Communities Act that puts aside billions of dollars for all these states that do the worst atrocities. So this is something that they need to double down on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for calling me while my baby's taking a nap. Tends to have a little bit of a vocal cord earlier today. Mr. Speaker, I don't know anyone that is not interested in reducing crimes in our colony, including crimes with the use of firearms. This body have claimed that H.4135 will do just that. Such a claim is simply a Trojan horse, classic bait and switch. Mr. Speaker, criminals, convicted felons, prohibited persons, and out-of-state straw purchasers will spend little to no attention to this bill, nor will they be motivated to comply with any of its provisions should this bill ever become law. So, if the goal of this bill is to reduce violent crimes, keep firearms out of the hands of criminals and other prohibited persons, then let's admit, this bill does none of that. However, if the goal of this bill is to satisfy those that are anti-Second Amendment and seriously limit the rights of law-abiding citizens in their lawful ownership and legal use of firearms as they exercise their Second Amendment rights, then this bill will in fact accomplish those objectives. I know this bill will punish those law-abiding citizens and do little to improve the safety and security of our citizens, and those are the reasons I rise in opposition of H.4135 and urge my colleagues to vote no. To be clear, there's no critical evidence that any of the provisions of this bill will keep any firearms out of the hands of prohibited persons, and I challenge anyone in this chamber to present any empirical evidence to the contrary. So again, I ask, what is the real intent of this legislation? If it is not to enhance public safety at the cost of law-abiding citizens' rights, then it is another one of those of our drips and our never-ending effort to drip, drip, drip our citizens of their basic constitutional rights and freedoms. The proponents of this legislation intentionally misled the public to believing a semi-automatic firearm is an assault weapon. Let me ask these questions out loud. First, what problems are we trying to fix? Second, how many of the long list of the newly prohibited firearms have been legally sold in Massachusetts over the past 20 years? How many of these firearms have been used in the commission of a crime in Massachusetts by lawful gun owners in Massachusetts over the past 20 years? If you don't know, then how can you look at our fellow citizens and claim that this bill will fix a non-existing problem? I am confident that the answer to these questions are available and likely would show that long list of newly prohibited firearms are very popular within the lawful gun owners. This is where an anti-Second Amendment crowd and anti-firearm members will claim through anecdotal stories that this long list of newly prohibited firearms are very popular amongst prohibited persons. While that may be true, please explain with logic how adding a long, very, very long list of prohibited firearms in Massachusetts will discourage those already prohibited from having them to all of a sudden comply with the law. Let's be honest, it won't. Gun crimes generally throughout our country, and specifically in Massachusetts, is not from ordinary citizens exercising their Second Amendment rights. It's those in support of this legislation will make you believe that banning over 5 pages of an array of firearms will somehow curb the violence that takes place in our inner cities. History has shown it will not. I appreciate my colleagues and all those who testified in the committee hearing who spoke of the increase of gun violence. I agree. One life lost is one too many. There was also mention in remarks that there has been an increase in the license to carry, implying that may be a problem. I disagree. I would argue an engaged citizen who exercises their freedom of speech, religion, assembly, protection, parental rights, and yes, Second Amendment rights is a good thing. Our citizens should be safe and feel safe, no matter what city or town, no matter what neighborhood they live in, work in, or visit. Instead of being concerned with our fellow citizens exercising their rights, we should applaud them. We should do everything in our power to avoid the drip, drip, drip temptation of taking their rights from them. Make no mistake about it, I agree with the gentleman from Springfield that said during the committee hearing and today, something does need to be done to address gun violence. I also take to my colleague from Springfield words as accurate that there are illegal guns on the streets in Springfield and throughout our Commonwealth. And we need to find ways to prevent more guns from getting in the hands of criminals. My question to them is, where in these 125 pages does that problem get fixed or even addressed? These 125 pages do not address what happened in Holyoke. An innocent mother, while using public transportation, shot, unfortunately losing the life of her unborn beautiful baby boy. This legislation does not protect her, her child, and countless others. I think we can all agree something needs to be done. But again, these 125 pages does not do that. Where in this bill do we enhance the punishment when dealing with crimes that involve illegal use of firearms? No need to look. That was just a rhetorical question. In closing, I urge my colleagues to stand up for our law-abiding citizens to stop the drip, drip, drip of eroding their basic and fundamental rights and vote this legislation down. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Boldager of Southwick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. I stand today not only in strong opposition, but with profound concern regarding the legislation laid before us. The bill represents a critical crossroads in our state's history, where the scales of individual rights and public safety are in jeopardy of being dangerously tipped. What's before us today is a wanton disregard of the United States Constitution, which each and every one of us took an oath to uphold. This affront on the Constitution is so blatant that it's hard to fathom how an esteemed body such as this, once a cradle of liberty, is even considering it. At the heart of the matter lies the Second Amendment. Yes, the Second Amendment, a right bestowed upon the citizenry of this country, and with recent Supreme Court cases Heller and Bruin, reaffirm a person's right to keep and bear arms. Time and time again, history has shown it is one of the greatest gifts that our founding fathers have bestowed upon us. This constitutional provision, which grants citizens the right to keep and bear arms, is not a mere artifact of history. but a fundamental pillar upon which our democracy stands. The framers of our Constitution, in their wisdom, recognize the essential role of an armed citizenry in preserving liberty and protecting against tyranny. It's not about hunting or sport shooting. Ultimately, it's about citizens having the ability to stand against tyrants, evildoers, criminals, violent criminals, and oppressive centralized power, and say, not on our watch. We need not look any further than the current crisis unfolding in Israel to understand the critical necessity for a free nation to have an armed citizenry. Less than 2% of Israel's population is armed, and when faced with a full-scale attack, ordinary citizens found themselves defenseless, prompting a frantic search by people to protect themselves and their families. And as we speak, Israelis are demanding from their government the expedited issuing of gun permits and the right to own firearms. Where Mossad and Israel Defense Forces failed, maybe, just maybe, citizens would have had a fighting chance while they were being attacked by terrorists. The reality is, just like the other 9 amendments in the Bill of Rights, the Second Amendment is a blessing. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, this bill elicited strong opposition from the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association, an organization comprising nearly 400 police chiefs across our state, to whom I spoke to the incoming president just this morning, and he reassured me no matter what amendments are adopted to this bill, they still unanimously oppose it. Their stance against this bill underscores the deep complexities of the issues at hand. They contend that our existing laws, if enforced rigorously, are more than adequate to maintain public safety. Their perspective adds a crucial layer to our deliberation that cannot be ignored. I can tell you firsthand that during my time as a police officer, this bill would have not got guns out of the hands of violent criminals. And over the past few years, we've heard over and over again, let's trust the experts on this issue. If the police chiefs aren't experts on matters of public safety, then who are the experts? Their position highlights what we've known since the original version of this bill was released back in June. And let me be clear, this bill is nothing more than an attack on law-abiding citizens and their constitutional rights, a misguided response to the Supreme Court's Bruin decision, driven more by partisan politics than genuine efforts to reduce gun violence here in the Commonwealth. It's imperative to recognize that criminals, by definition, do not adhere to law. Stricter gun control measures only impact law-abiding citizens, placing undue burdens upon them. Those with malicious intent will invariably find ways to circumvent our laws, and they already have, rendering such legislation largely ineffective in criminal activities. A speaker before me mentioned one of ways we update our gun laws regularly, and mentioned a law in 1975 that implemented mandatory sentencing. Well, that law was the Bartlett Law, and I couldn't find one instance where that law has actually imposed violent criminal in possession of a legal firearm in the last 48 years. If we're to get serious about gun violence, we must get serious at examining its root cause. The growing mental health epidemic our state faces, every instant non-accidental firearm injury or deaths is a reflection of the mental health crisis here in the Commonwealth. You don't intentionally seek to harm or kill another human being unless you have a mental illness. It should be on addressing the roots of violence, to the root of why an increasing number of Americans are struggling with mental health and addiction issues that lead desire to harm others. Mr. Speaker, no gun laws, including this 20-plus page bill here today, will seriously address gun violence. We're trapped by a false dichotomy that we are all responsible for creating. Prevailing narrative that those who support the Second Amendment don't care about the lives afflicted by gun violence, and those that want to address gun violence don't care about our right to keep and bear arms, has created a deep divide between us that when we ultimately want the same thing. It is preventing us from seeing the common ground that we all share. We all want safe and healthy communities that empower constituents to live abundant and fulfilling lives. Mr. Speaker, we can have it both ways. We can protect our God-given inalienable rights and liberties and work toward policy solutions that improve mental health and thus reduce violence of all kinds. We can have it both ways, but this bill unfortunately does neither. The bill further erodes sacred constitutional rights designed to protect our democracy and will not make our communities safer
as elected representatives, we owe it to our constituents to do better. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and furthermore, and perhaps most importantly here today, commit to one another to adopt the humility it takes to press through the veil of these false narratives and create a win-win solution for our communities and our Commonwealth. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Owens of Watertown.
Bartertown. Mad Max.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. I rise in support of H.4135, an act modernizing firearm laws. I want to say thank you, especially to the gentleman from Stoneham as well as my neighbor, the gentlelady from Cambridge, and the gentleman from Natick, who I know have been working on this for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I was not planning to speak on this bill this morning, but I want to respond to something that I had heard, and that was that we don't have school shootings here. Because everybody thinks that. Oh, we don't have school shootings here. I certainly thought that when I got a phone call from my mother in 2004. Steve, there was a shooting in our school. I'm fine. We'll talk later. It was before text messages, so I didn't get the text message, but I got the phone call. As we know, the federal assault weapons ban, it expired near the end of 2004. It was, thankfully, in effect earlier that year when a student walked into my high school in suburban Albany, New York with a shotgun and shot a teacher outside of my mother's classroom. Now, I had graduated 10 years ago. I'm older than I look. But that day, a 16-year-old student who had been suspended from school fired twice at students in the third-floor hallway before he shot Mr. Michael Bennett, a special education teacher, right outside of the room where my mother was teaching social studies. Mr. Bennett, he dove, bleeding from the leg, into my mother's classroom, where she had gathered her students in front of the room, away from the door, behind two desks in the computer station. She was unable to help without getting in the line of sight from the open door until the gunman was disarmed, wrestled to the ground in her room by the assistant principal, Mr. John Sawchuk. Whole episode lasted about 10 minutes. Bennett's injuries were not life-threatening. No one else was hurt, thank God. 10 minutes of crisis result in 10 months of recovery that takes much longer and is much more essential. Even after a situation where almost everything went right, students and staff had PTSD symptoms that lasted a long time. Students refused to come back to class. My mother herself, she retired the next year rather than work in the same room where she was ready to shield children with her body. So I often think, what's the goal here? What's the goal? Well, what would have happened if instead of a shotgun, we did not have the assault weapons ban, and that student had an AR-15 or any of the other weapons that would have been allowed as the assault weapons ban expired, federal assault weapons ban expired? Unfortunately, I don't have to wonder, do I? Since 2004, hundreds of families don't have to wonder either, because the unthinkable has happened. Sandy Hook, Parkland, Uvalde, household names. Shelter-in-place and active shooter drills common in our schools. Year after year, it becomes less easy to dismiss this as something that couldn't happen in your community. That's what I thought when I got the call from my mother. That's what many of us think. That's what folks in Framingham thought earlier this year. Couldn't happen here. We have an opportunity now to make sure that the Commonwealth's gun laws remain the strongest in the nation. We have to keep up with the latest developments in firearms and strengthen our assault weapons law to keep true to the spirit of our 2004 assault weapons ban and crack down on guns that would have been illegal then if they had existed at that time, and unregulated, unregistered ghost guns as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. This bill will save lives, and I hope that members will join me in voting in favor. Thank you.
You brought a lot of facts to the table on how it's going to work.
Chair recognizes Representative Gregoire of Marlborough.
His mom got scared in another state from a kid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. I also rise in support of H.4135, an act modernizing firearm laws. I apologize for the repetition, but I too wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for remaining strong in the face of adversity and pushing this body to continue to press this issue to keep Massachusetts residents safe from gun violence. I too would like to thank the gentleman from Stoneham and his staff for their commitment to this process, diligence in their work, and patience as the process has unfolded, as well as all of those who came out to the hearing last week or to one of 11 listening sessions to testify on this issue and this bill as it has evolved before us. To those who would question the process that was undertaken on this bill and those proposals that preceded it, I would say this: we as a House are not attempting to take away anyone's gun under cover of darkness. We are not unwilling to listen to concerns of residents around this state as we attempt to pass this legislation today. Quite the contrary, the reason this bill has been amended so frequently and so fully is because the concerns we have heard loud and clear are reflected herein in this newest draft. We are not ramming a law down anyone's throat overnight. This bill is not being signed into law today. It is our fervent hope that this debate will now move to the Senate and eventually a bill will lay on the governor's desk for her consideration. The changes in this bill will continue to come and the process will continue to evolve. This is the process that we undertake with any and all legislation considered and hopefully eventually signed into law. In fact, if anything, the process that led to the proposal before us today was one in which the gentleman from Stoneham, members of his staff, and members of this body participated in more opportunities for public feedback than is typical. Several of my colleagues preceding me at the rostrum today have expressed in detail the ways in which this proposal has changed to address the concerns rightly raised by lawful gun owners and victims of gun crime alike across the state during the above-mentioned process. One thing stands out to me as having not been mentioned is that time and again, for years, the lawful gun-owning community have expressed concerns over the difficulty interpreting and abiding by current statute. The length, the confusing nature, the challenging language. A large, if not majority, of portion of this bill proposes to streamline Massachusetts' existing gun laws to make compliance less onerous and less difficult to the law-abiding gun-owning community. We've streamlined processes and availability of data. These things are important and should not go without mention. The gentleman from Stoneham time and again respected the arguments of those on both sides of this issue, and requests of the sporting community, victims of gun crime, and other advocates were met to ensure that no rights would be trampled upon and that no person would be made, as the argument has been given time and again, a felon overnight. The bill before us today is an extremely reasonable, rational proposal that maintains constitutional rights for residents, while at the same time updating our laws to protect future residents and save lives from gun crimes. I ask my colleagues to join me in ignoring the dog whistles, ignoring the arguments based on false narratives, and ignoring the self-proclaimed constitutional scholars that we have heard from today and during this process. Join me in supporting this bill and thereby voting to protect Massachusetts residents. Gun violence is an epidemic in this country, and Massachusetts is not exempt from its perils. We have heard horror stories today and throughout this process from survivors of gun violence, from people who have been adjacent to gun violence, and from people who have lost loved ones to gun violence. And it is incumbent upon us to heed their words and act. Today, we have a chance to update our gun laws to do just that. We have heard that this proposal is an egregious infringement on Second Amendment rights, an overreach. We have heard it seems to be targeting lawful gun owners. It will have negative impacts on youth. This impacts our ability to exercise our rights. This will punish law-abiding citizens. I've heard it all today from this rostrum. Not one example The gentleman from Stoneham has bent over backwards to ensure that quite the opposite is true of this bill, that we are not punishing law-abiding gun owners, that we are not turning anyone to a felon overnight, and that we are continuing our commitment to protect residents of this Commonwealth from gun violence. We have heard that, yes, maybe we should further regulate ghost guns. Maybe we should look at the licensing process. Maybe some of the other things in the bill have a little bit of merit, but this package is too much. It's too onerous. You don't have any data. Those who would make that argument would have us put our heads in the sand, and they would maintain the status quo. And I say that's not an option. We have all been sent here by the voters in our respective districts to act. Today, we have that opportunity, while simultaneously, I and many others would argue, protecting the rights of lawful gun owners in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Simultaneously, get out of my way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope this bill is adopted.
Simultaneously.
House will be in a brief recess.
Hopefully it's adopted simultaneously. And how long is this thing gonna last? Do you think that a government could be efficient, like really fast, like in and out? That situation, like a drive-through situation? The best part is where she said that she ignored the examples that were given as to why this bill would be an infringement on people's rights, or it would be ineffective, or it's unfunded. So she ignored those situations, and then she challenged that anybody who looks for data is nitpicking. So she demanded data that she ignored, and then she said anybody that demands data is missing the point and just sidestepping. So these representatives are going to win no matter what.
House will come to order.
They have their sound bites, whether they win or lose.
Mr. Kearney of Situate offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 8. Mr. Kearney of Situate moves to amend the bill in section 47 and line 1300.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with the further reading of the amendment. Chair is none. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Kearney of Situate offers the amendment in the hands of the clerk. The clerk will read the amendment.
Or will he? Or will you cut him off as soon as he starts to say it?
Amendment number 14. Mr. Kearney of Situate moves to amend the bill in section 131A, 3E, 2, in line 1910, by inserting after the word section, the words.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with the further reading of the amendment. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
You would think he'd look up from saying the noes have it.
Mr. Kearney of Situate offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 20. Mr. Kearney of Situate moves to amend the bill in section 127 in line 1515 by inserting after the word.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with the further reading of the amendment. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Kearney of Situate offers another amendment in the hands of the
Amendment number 20. Amendment number 21. Mr. Kearney of Situate moves to amend the bill in section 45 by striking out subsection A of section 124.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with further reading of the amendment. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Markey of Dartmouth offers the amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Oh, healthy, happy people. What do you want?
Amendment number 32. Mr. Markey of Dartmouth moves to amend the bill in section 92 in line 2361 by inserting after the word whoever, the words,
with the exception of a law enforcement.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with further reading of the amendment. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Markey of Dartmouth offers amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 33. Mr. Markey of Dartmouth moves to amend the bill in section 92 in lines 2376 to 20.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with further reading of the amendment. Question comes on the adopted amendment. All those say aye. Opposed, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Markey of Dartmouth offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. Read.
Number 44. Mr. Markey of Dartmouth moves to amend the bill in section 8 in lines 52 to 1856 by striking words.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with further reading of the amendment. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is adopted. Markey of Dartmouth offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 47. Mr. Markey of Dartmouth moves to amend the bill by adding the following section. Subsection of section 99 of chapter 272. This is appearing in the 2020.
There be no objection. Will dispense with the further reading of the amendment. Chair is none. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Chair will be in a brief recess. House will come to order. Mr. Cusack of Braintree offers the amendment in the hands of the clerk.
Amendment number 12 as changed. Mr. Cusack of Braintree moves to amend the bill in section 92 by striking out lines 2389 to 2393, inclusive, and inserting place of the following paragraph. 5. This subsection shall not apply to an active law enforcement officer as defined in section 1 of chapter 6E while in performance of their official duties, or to a security guard employed at the prohibited area while at the location of their employment and during course of their employment. Clauses 1 to 3 inclusive of paragraph 2 shall not apply to it.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with the further reading of the amendment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cusack of Braintree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When a vote is taken, I ask that it be taken by a call of the yeas and nays.
Mr. Cusack moves when a vote is taken by a call of the yeas and nays. Those members joining with him will please rise. First Division, 20. Significant number having risen when a vote is taken will be taken by a call of the yeas and nays. Chair recognizes Mr. Cusack of Braintree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. I rise today in strong support of Amendment Number 12 relative to off-duty law enforcement officers. Most, if not all of us, have heard from our law enforcement community with concerns about when and where they would be allowed to carry firearms when not on official duty. I am offering this amendment to Section 92 to clarify that off-duty active law enforcement officers would be allowed to carry their department-issued firearms in the following places as defined in H.4135. First, a place owned, leased, or under the control of state, county, and municipal government and used for the purpose of government administration. A location in use of the time and possession or of possession as a polling place and for the storage of tabulation of ballots. And third, an elementary school, secondary school, college or university, including transport used for the students in the areas contained within. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Leader, the gentleman from the North End, the gentleman from Stoneham for your attention and work on this important issue, and I ask that my colleagues join me in passing this amendment. Thank you.
Roll call having been ordered, the roll call will be ordered forthwith and remain open for 3 minutes. Court officers, some of the members.
This is roll call number 60. 6-0.
Roll call 219. Roll call 219. So this is the vote on some amendment to let the police do whatever they want. Not worry about the law. We're not off duty.
Have all members voted? The time for vote. Did John vote? All members voted. Time for voting is expired. Clerk will display the tally.
158.
158 votes in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Cahill of Lynn offers the amendment in the hands of the clerk. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 6. Mr. Cahill of Lynn moves to amend the bill by inserting after section 11 the following section.
There be no objection, the clerk will dispense with the further reading of the amendment. Question, chair is none. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye, opposed no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Gentile of Sudbury offers amendment in the hands of the clerk. The clerk will read the amendment.
Now they all feel like they can vote on it.
Amendment number 19. Mr. Gentile of Sudbury moves to amend the bill in section 49, subsection 128A, in lines 1620, 1621.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with the further reading of the amendment. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye, opposed no. The noes have it. It's not adopted. Ms. Decker of Cambridge offers amendment in the hands of the clerk. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 31. Ms. Decker of Cambridge moves to amend the bill in section 126, line 2598 by inserting in subsection C.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with the further reading of the amendment. The chair is none. Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Chair will be in a brief recess.
All right. Well, a bunch of stuff happened that they're not giving you any kind of play-by-play, so good luck trying to figure out what just happened. Something.
Mr. Schmidt of Westport offers amendment in the hands of the clerk. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 46, Mr. Schmidt of Westport moves to amend the bill in section 48 in lines 1476 and 1477 by striking out non-large capacity.
Question comes on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Chair will be in a brief recess.
They just mute like this, so I just leave it running when they're muted. I'm doing a lot of farting. Angry reaction farting. My comments, and then people can see those comments. I give somebody something to do while they're just getting everything going. Getting paid to sit there. They're all just getting paid to sit around. That one lady's got her baby on. That's not right. I don't believe babies should be counted.
House will be in order. Mr. Mackey offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 38. Mr. Markey of Dartmouth moves to amend the bill by adding the following section. There is hereby established on the books of the Commonwealth a separate fund known as the Large Cities Gun Violence Prevention Trust Fund. Said trust fund shall consist of monies paid to the Commonwealth through all fines imposed for all criminal and civil violations pursuant to Chapter 140 and 269, and licensing fees imposed pursuant to Chapter 140. The fund
There be no objection, the clerk will dispense with the reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Markey of Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 38.
Hang on your stick.
Thank you,
Mr. Markey of Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 38, which deals with what everybody has talked about throughout the day, throughout the hearings that we've had, and throughout the different versions of the bill that we've had, that we all want to reduce and prevent gun violence. But no one has really talked about how we prevent it. No one has really talked about
Yeah, they have.
the victims of the crime and who it affects, and the defendants who are charged with the shootings and why they are there, and their path to how they got there.
The defendants that are charged? What are you talking about?
So, sure, if you can indulge me for a minute, I am going to describe the anatomy of a shooting, because the anatomy of a shooting will give us some time to reflect on that. And it starts with a 12 or 13-year-old kid who has no guidance at home, who turns to his friends, and they begin a bond of loyalty and trust that all of us probably have in our homes now, and our children experience with us as parents. And that bond begins to develop, and they spend more time with their friends. They develop that loyalty, and there's no supervision. And they get jammed up a little bit as a juvenile, and they then go through the system in the juvenile court, and there's very little programming, very little prevention that actually helps, because we don't fund it. We don't fund it enough.
What do you mean
And
we don't
then
fund it? The government should have anything to
They're
do with it. Why don't you
17
keep
years old, it's a
prohibiting it?
summer night, they
Acting
don't
like
have a
there's no
summer job,
solutions.
they
You
don't have
prohibit
anywhere to
all but
go,
the state solution. This
and
is
they're
the
hanging
narrative.
out on a stone wall, and they start to talk,
Shut up, you racist.
and they go, hey, remember when we were at the mall the other night, we saw those two girls? Let's go over to where they live.
Now
The
it's
reality is
sexist.
they shouldn't go over there. It's a neighborhood that they're not welcome,
Oh, nice.
and they're wearing the wrong color.
Oh, nice. Come here. Come on up there. Come up there. You
This
shouldn't
is
have to
what
listen to
happens.
this. You shouldn't have to listen.
This doesn't happen in Dartmouth. It doesn't happen
Come up there.
in some of the other towns that we have heard from people.
Come up there.
It happens in the inner cities
Don't come up there.
because we don't spend the time and the money for these kids.
The state should
So they
take
go
care
through
of
the
these
neighborhood
kids.
and they can't find their friends or these girls that they meet at the mall, and they come back to their hangout. The problem is there's three other guys who saw them there with the wrong colors in the wrong neighborhood at the
Oh,
wrong
no.
time.
Oh, no. Now,
And as they're
now it's
sitting
the
on
gun
the
owner's
wall,
fault. Now it's the gun
hanging
owner's.
out, there's the guy leaving the Titleist golf ball factory in the north end of New Bedford who's coming back to his house in the south end. And he's getting out of his car at 11:15 at night. And he's walking around the corner at the exact same time. These two groups encounter each other.
Oh, yeah, that happens all the time. This happens nightly.
And gunfire is exchanged.
A law
And you say,
abiding
how do they get the
gunfire.
gun? Well, they get the gun because
Law abiding
one of the
gun
guy's
owners.
girlfriends goes up to New Hampshire or goes to Maine or goes to Vermont because 57% of all guns recovered from violent crimes in Massachusetts come from out of state.
Oh, are they bought out of state legally across
And they
state
start
lines?
shooting at
Is that
each
how it
other, and the
happens,
father,
Brad?
42-year-old of two,
okay.
father of two, gets shot and gets killed.
See how it's that guy's? It's all
And
about
one of the
that guy.
teenagers gets killed.
Oh, okay, also a teenager. But
Had
it's
the
mostly that
42-year-old
one guy
never
from
been
the
killed?
Titleist factory.
We would have never known about it. The media wouldn't care. But because a 42-year-old father of two who's coming home from work gets shot, it'll be on the front page of the paper in the morning. It'll be on the 10 o'clock news the next night. And we'll all know about it and we'll all be outraged.
Because you'll get to push legislation due to it. So you're the cause of this, aren't you?
And then the police show up and they start to figure out, how do we solve this case? Because that bond, that loyalty, that trust that those kids developed when they were 12 years old, they ain't ratting out their buddy. They're not talking. And the police are stuck with an inability to actually prove the case.
But if they had a
Because
serial
no
number, they
people
have
who
it.
were there,
They have it.
eyewitnesses,
Oh,
will
serial
communicate
number
with
could
them.
have it. It was a serial number that could have solved this.
And the case lingers.
And now it's
And
a
the
ghost
gun
gun.
that was used to kill the 42-year-old is now in the hands of somebody else in Brockton or Fitchburg or Lawrence or Lowell.
And now it's a ghost gun.
And those kids get picked up with a handgun, and we do nothing to match it up. We don't have the right money going towards ballistics in the crime lab. We're losing police officers left and right in gateway cities.
And that's the fault of gun owners.
We're losing experienced detectives.
Also the fault
It
of
is an
gun owners.
incredible uphill battle.
Can you imagine being a detective and up against all the lawful gun owners? That has to be
And we
no-win
continue
scenario.
that fight over and over and over again in those cities
Only those
that have struggled economically, don't have opportunities for these kids, have limited opportunities for these kids in the Boys Girls Club or the Y. That's where we are. That's where the outrage should be. We're losing potential every time one of these young men and women die. We're losing their potential. What I'm trying to do is say, when you violate the law in Chapter 269 with an illegal gun, or you're unqualified to have an illegal gun and you possess it, that any fines imposed, any fees imposed, go to a trust fund so that when the 12-year-old is beginning to have those relationships with those kids that are loyal and trustworthy and stick with them all the way through, that they don't hang out on the wall that night, that they have somewhere to go, that there's someone to talk to. And I sincerely, truly believe
that the state can provide
that
that place
is
to
true
go
prevention.
and that person to go to. The
It prevents
state
us from
will
having to
make
deal with
good
everything that
citizens.
we have dealt with about lack of police, lack of qualified police being able to investigate with the resources they need to get witnesses to cooperate. All of those obstacles that a prosecutor
Remember,
has
these people aren't
at
talking
the end
to
of the
anybody.
day.
They're talking to themselves.
And it goes
us.
back to
These
what
are just
the-
sound bites that the news is going to
What
be able
many
to
people
take
say,
snapshots
which
of.
the gentleman from Natick was absolutely right on. The justice system works when people put an effort into it. The effort requires citizenry, it requires good lawyering and good advocacy.
What does that mean?
But at the end of the
Asshole.
day,
What does that
people in
mean?
possession of a legal firearm are getting punished with the minimum mandatory. Now, there may be issues with that to prove it. There may be motions to suppress. There may be other
constitutional amendments like the Fourth Amendment that were violated. But there's reasons why when you pick up a newspaper, you may see a dismissal of a case or a lesser sentence. But if a person has a gun on their possession, they're not walking. So a balanced approach is doing what I'm asking today, is to have a trust fund to establish programs that work, like the Shannon Grant, Project Safe Neighborhood, which again worked great in the early 2000s. I was the administrator in the DA's office at one point doing it. We had basketball in different parks in New Bedford, and it worked. I'm asking that that is a type of prevention that we use, that we successfully get today. So thank you for listening, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity.
Question comes on passing the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. House will be in a brief recess.
Speech, weird ass fucking procedural shit, mute, nothing. Just emptiness. It'll pop back on, procedural bullshit, emptiness. You got a barrier to entry? Is that situation that needs to exist, or they allow it to exist, or they're oblivious to the fact? Are they hiding behind the fact that it's difficult to follow this shit, that it's onerous?
Mr. Soto of Bellingham offered amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 28. Representative Soto of Bellingham and Meridian of Grafton moves to amend the bill by striking the bill in its entirety and inserting in place the following four sections. Said chapter 131 is still appearing, is hereby further amended by...
If there be no objection, the clerk will dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Just go ahead and shut up.
House will be in brief recess.
Read this. Shut up. Read this. Shut up. Read this. Quit reading. Read this. Quit reading it. It's ridiculous. Quit doing this. Crazy. 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 Nice. Crazy. Cool. Cool. Crazy. Crazier. Crazy. Crazier. Crazy. Oh, that's that one. Let's see crazy about that. Well, I'd like to listen to these because it's necessary to understand the whole thing. Otherwise, you're at the mercy of someone who takes a slice and presents that to you as the whole thing. So I'm doing other things here. Hopefully nobody's just watching this exclusively, but by seeing their tactics and their techniques, the way that they BS and handpick facts, ignore things and take things for granted, gives us, I feel, a better opportunity to be better debaters going forward. We can see what they rely on, especially over time. Like the things that they rely on have not honestly changed too much. They've changed a few tactics recently, but for a long time, they only phoned this shit in. I guess that's the takeaway, is that because they relied on things, certain things for so long, I think that's an indication this is all, they're just phoning all this in. I don't like the color of that carpet. I think they should have a decent color for that carpet instead of that color. I don't think they should be able to have phones in there either. Unless they can prove that they have taken some sort of a technology course on networking and social media communication, modern social media communication, then I don't believe they should have these high-powered communication devices in their chambers. They can only be used recklessly, and I'm afraid of what could be done maliciously. So I believe that all the phones should be kept out of this chamber as a tradition and a necessity to appease my fear. Not that big a deal. If it saves just 1 kilojoule of bandwidth, it's for the bandwidth, it's for the batteries. Think of how much battery life. If you multiply every phone that's in that room by the amount of BS time they are farting around and they're getting paid to sit there, that's a lot of battery time. And I don't think that that battery time is right to be taken away from our descendants who only have so much time under the Earth's sun, and this battery life that these representatives are using are stealing away oxygen from the future. So I'm afraid of what the results on our environment and our future civilization will be based on.
Question comes on adopting the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Damn it. They voted my amendment to take the phones out down.
Also be in a brief recess.
Oh, good. They're going on recess again. That one dude books it to the swings every time. He's an asshole. I think they tell him ahead of time when they're going to go on recess so he can book out there and hog the swings. You can vote in the poll up here. It looks like it's going back and forth on whether or not it's going to pass, if it's going to pays or fail today. I didn't feel like spelling it right, so it says pays or fail. Pays is a front for type Flippo pastry treat with caramel and something else cinnamon in there. What is she clapping about? Look at this guy. Oh, bunch of people, so they owe him favors or something, but they keep coming over and talking to this guy. What is that? He's anti-gun, we know that. He's anti-freedom. He's in favor of big state to do, we know that. See where it says House Chamber? Right behind there is seats. How come there ain't full seats? Huh? Oh, look, see, I was talking shit about that guy, and all of a sudden they moved. They're watching this, but we know that that guy is up to something down there. So they switched out the feet, so we see it. But yeah, they're writing all those words on that wall with me. Seems like a lot of books and a lot of should be writing on the wall. Everything they do in this building. All during this time, they could be narrating with what we just experienced or we're about to have come up. Instead, we just sit here going, for fun. If you want to super chat, that's a pretty, obligation, of course, so you're welcome to. I'm going to take time to say thanks to our Patreons. It's not like I'm sitting here doing nothing. Well, I am right now. But earlier, I was doing other things over here. But I'm severely restricted on what I can do based on the fact that it's pissing me off that Massachusetts is being such a jerk. So if you want to say, hey, think about supporting what we do, awesome, thanks for that. Otherwise, we're watching the House of Broadcast Services from the state of Massachusetts, which I believe is common, what's that called? Fair use, common creative, no, what's the name of that thing? There's some kind of name for when the government is posting something out. So we're essentially just posting this, but wasting a bunch of bandwidth. My dog is pissed. My dog would normally be getting all kinds of attention during this whole situation. Right now, he's just sitting there. So let's see if I can. First off, will this work? And then will this work? So this is the dog who's not happy about any of this, and this is the monitor that we're watching it on. So he's watching it on this giant monitor over here. very out of focus. I quit using this camera because it's so hard to focus. It's a decent camera, but it's hard to focus. But this fuzzy thing is an animal. A lot of people, at least one dude who gets paid 2 or 3 times more than I do at this point, tells me that I shouldn't have this dog on any kind of Second Amendment stuff, or any dog really, but this is my dog. So I shouldn't have this dog or any dog on any kind of Second Amendment stuff based on this. I guess he's rich dude who coaches people on how to do things. So we're gonna go off of this and go back to the state of Massachusetts. Being a bunch of jerks to everybody who might own guns.
House be in order.
Ever. I didn't mute it. They're the ones who muted it. FYI. They called it to order and then just sat around. This police guy in the middle, he goes around threatening everybody if they don't shut up, and then they all get quiet. Now he's telling this guy about it. He's marking on everybody, telling him what he's seen, what he heard. I've seen one guy doing this. Now he's gonna go back over here towards this other guy. I narked on him. I told him. I told on him. And this guy's like, I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing to anybody over there. I wasn't even marking him. Why do they have like 3 cops in this room? I don't trust these representatives either, but to have 3 law enforcement in this room seems like these people are pretty untrustworthy. There's probably quite a few criminals in here. We got to keep an eye on them. They don't want them stealing the tops of those desks or like the leather off of the chairs or something. Spanky's in here now. Spanky's typically pro dog. Typically pro dog. They're sign languaging. You can read what they're doing by sign language. He's saying, I don't care about anybody's rights. Whether or not they're being attacked or not, me, I'm scared of guns, so I don't care about their rights. You shouldn't care about their rights either because I'm scared of their rights. You see what guns could do? What if they had 2 guns? Then what would you do? See, I get shot in the head. That's why I'd be scared of guns. What about not being scared of guns? You have to be scared. What if I'm scared of karate chops and being judoed? Well, you don't have to be because if you could be scared of guns, and that lets you be scared of one thing that's even more deadly than even judo. I can't read what they're saying here. Probably something like, no, 9-1. They're all getting paid pretty good to just sit around right here. Do you think any of them are reading the bill or worried about the mitigating causes of violence and how this bill may or may not address the actual root causes that they're concerned about? Nope, I don't think so. I think they're talking about infringing on rights and being totalitarian dictators. Perhaps. Maybe what they're going to eat for dinner. They probably eat a lot of hot dog sandwiches. These are the kind of people that sit down and go, I'd like to order a hot dog sandwich, but I don't see hot dogs on the menu under sandwiches. And then the wait person has to say, that's because hot dogs are not sandwiches. They have their own section of the menu over here called hot dogs, which is how you would know they're not sandwiches. And then these people adamantly get upset about it, pass laws that hot dogs are such sandwiches that now pizza is a sandwich and a taco is a sandwich and a waffle is a sandwich. If these people have their way. I'm just assuming that's what that conversation is about down there. How to illegalize waffle.
House of A in order, Mr. Kearney of, Mr. Kearney of Situate. Office of Amendment, the hands of the clerk of the amendment.
This is the House voting on the whole deal, except they're voting on amendments first. All the debate was done in the committee weeks ago or days ago or something before. So right now they're voting on amendments, kind of. They're actually just sitting around debating whether or not they're going to have cottage cheese or applesauce with their lunch or dinner or whatever they eat at 3 p.m. But this dog might have just paused everything by falling asleep on the mouse. Hold on. Yeah, he paused it. Sorry. My dog paused it. I should have listened to that rich guy who said I shouldn't have a dog around. He paused it on us. What happened? Now I lost audio?
Mr. Pupelo of Springfield offers a further amendment in the hand of the clerk. Clerk will read the further.
I'm blaming it on the politicians. It wasn't my dog. It was Mr. Pablo.
Mr. Pupelo of Springfield moves to amend the amendment offered by Mr. Kearney by striking out the text thereof and inserting in place thereof the follow-up. That the bill be amended in section 92 by inserting after the word thereof in line 2370 the following. Provided, however, that any state-owned public land available to the public for hunting shall not be a prohibited area.
Question is on the amendment. The chair. Question is on the further amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Pupelo of Springfield.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and through you to the membership, I rise in support of this further amendment. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership, not only in this House, but for on this much-needed reform. I also want to thank the gentleman from the North End, the Majority Leader, and the gentleman from Stoneham for their hard work, dedication, and commitment and leadership on this proposal to get us here today where we are.
You know who's not thanking?
I attended one of the hearing tour meetings at STCC in Springfield, as we heard about. The chair went around, talked to a number of cities and towns and went through it, heard a lot of feedback and incorporated a lot of that in these bills. And I want to commend him because I know firsthand the work that he and his committee did, again, to put this proposal out and to be here today. So plain and simple, this further amendment is important to protecting hunters and where they can actually hunt relative to state-owned public land. I've heard from a lot of hunters in my district and beyond that were concerned with the language that was currently in this proposal that would not allow them to continue to hunt on state-owned public land. In other words, if there was a building or some type of, the way the language was restrictive, there was some type of building, even if it was a small DCR shack, that would be prohibitive under this language. But what this further amendment does, it will simply allow hunters to continue to hunt on the state-owned property as they currently do, so no changes will be made in respect to that. State-owned public land will not be prohibited area for hunters. So again, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your leadership, and I urge that this further amendment be adopted. Thank you.
Question now comes on adoption of the further amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. The ayes have it. Further amendment is adopted, thus precluding a vote on the original amendment. Must have been a recess.
That lady still got her kid in there. All right, I'm going back to doing some stuff because this is boring because they're not doing anything. They're sitting around getting paid to sit there and not do nothing. And we got to sit here watching the roof. Are you kidding me? State of Massachusetts, with all the money they got to show us the roof, and they can't show us or even tell you what's going on. Maybe some kind of update, what's happening tomorrow. Their C-SPAN sucks. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to go back. I'll be back. Something else happens. This is so boring, it made my puppy bored. He got up and he's walking around.
Has to be in order. Ms. Sullivan Almeida of Abington moves. Offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 42. Ms. Sullivan Almeida of Abington moves to amend the bill by adding the following section, Section 136, Section 58A of said Chapter 276, as appearing in the 2020 official edition. Is hereby amended by striking from subsection 1, provided, however, that the Commonwealth may not move for any order of...
If there be no objection, the clerk will dispense with the reading the paper. The chair has none. Chair recognizes Ms. Sullivan Almeida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in support of amendment number 42. When a vote is taken, I ask that it's taken with the call of the ayes and nays.
Ms. Almeida moves when the call be taken, be called by the state yeas and nays. Those joining with her will rise. First division. 0. Second division. 23. Sufficient number having arisen when the matter is taken, be taken by call of the yeas and nays. Chair recognizes Ms. Almeida. Abington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've been debating this issue for, sorry, Steve, can you hear me? We have been debating this issue for several hours now, and all the remarks I've heard in support of this legislation goes to how dangerous our streets are in the inner cities across this Commonwealth. How there's dangerous people in the hands, with the illegal weapons in the hands of dangerous people. So this amendment is very simple. It goes to allowing prosecutors the tools necessary to hold said dangerous people accountable under a dangerous hearing 58A. Many of you know I'm a survivor of domestic violence. I actually spoke on this floor several years ago and talked about my dangerous abuser. I have had a firearm held to me by my abuser. Him being in illegal possession of a firearm. This amendment is important to protect the victims that everyone who has testified said that they want to protect. The innocent people of our Commonwealth. This amendment just speaks to people in violation of specific gun violations and illegal firearms. So with that, I ask that you support this amendment and vote yes. Thank you.
Roll call having been ordered. Nope. Chair recognizes
Are they going to make out?
Fuga Oakley of Boston.
There should be a age requirement
Barbara
and a being in shape requirement. These people are all horribly out of shape. Puppy just sat on the mouse again, so we're going to give Puppy a whooping here in a minute. He'll get a whooping, don't worry. He'll be getting a whooping as soon as I get the button.
And 42. I appreciate the passion which my colleague has for protecting survivors of violence and her continued work on this issue. Members of this body are likely very familiar of issues of dangerousness and expanding 58A, which came before us last session. However, this amendment is actually part of a number of bills that are currently before the Judiciary Committee. A number of those bills actually would expand the pretrial detention of people under 58A, and this committee actually takes the issue of expanding pretrial detention very seriously. The committee is currently vetting those proposals, and rather than taking a piecemeal approach of this one piece of that bill, is looking at all the related bills to make sure that we do a thoughtful expansion if we do anything on 58A. So we're continuing to take a full look at the serious issue, and I look forward to those discussions with the gentlelady from Abington as part of that committee's work. I ask this amendment is not adopted.
Chair recognizes Mr.
We're taking a look at that. We promise we will, so don't. Does it wear pink?
I'll submit a brief recess.
How come everybody's wearing pink? Pink is probably anti-gun now.
Chair is in error. Mr. Frost of Boston. Bobbin.
Mr. Frosty Boston? That's like a snow cone guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members of this House. Though I oppose the underlying legislation, as I do not believe it really addresses the core and root of the problem, I have my concerns that all it's really going to do is further complicate the rules and laws and regulations regarding lawful gun ownership and make those who are lawful gun owners potentially illegal gun owners. I also believe that it does not address the issues of why individuals choose to commit crimes with guns or otherwise. And those are areas where this bill is lacking. But I do rise in support of this amendment that the gentle lady from Abington has filed to address issues where individuals have a crime charged against them because of improper use of guns or illegal use of guns, that a dangerous hearing should be set. In fact, I have another amendment later.
A dangerous hearing? That sounds scary.
That deals with, for example, the red flag law. How we determine through a judge that someone is dangerous either to themselves or to others. But other than take their guns, we just send them home. We don't determine if they're dangerous. We don't do a psychological evaluation on them. We don't mandate that. Well, we can take away their Second Amendment rights, but we don't do anything after we take their guns if they're deemed dangerous to themselves or to others. And I would hope that you would support that amendment when that comes up. But I thank the gentle lady from Abington for getting up here today and offering this and allowing us to be heard. That if we're going to do something, let's put some teeth behind those who illegally use guns, illegally possess guns, and have it mean something. Otherwise, I think the overall bill doesn't do anything. Maybe outside of addressing some issues with ghost guns, but let's not forget the individuals who want to do something illegal with guns or possess guns illegally aren't going to follow our laws. They're going to do it anyway. So ultimately, what this bill really does is hurt and restricts law-abiding gun owners who are trying to have and utilize and follow their Second Amendment rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope this amendment passes, and I hope the overall bill fails.
Chair recognizes Ms. Foucault, Oakley of Boston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. I recognize that we've been here quite a while this afternoon, and I know some of you are like, what is going on with this particular amendment? For those who don't know, it is focused on dangerousness. We have a law 58A. As a former public defender, as someone who serves as the vice chair of the Racial Equity Committee for Civil Rights and Inclusion, I can tell you that dangerousness hearings, which today are based on a variety of factors, unfortunately are both influenced by implicit bias and also bake-in measures that are systemically racist. Black and Latino defendants are disproportionately likely to have a dangerousness hearing brought against them in every single county here in Massachusetts. That means mine, that means yours. For Suffolk County, 90% of dangerousness hearings were for Black and Latino defendants. Let me say this again, 90%. Drip, drip, drip. Here we are taking away the civil liberties of people, denying their due process rights. I don't think so. This amendment seeks to expand the dangerousness system, grant more discretion, and keep people in jail even longer. There seems to be an obsession with taking away civil liberties. Let's start by cutting off the faucet to this amendment. Thank you.
Roll call having been ordered, the roll call machine is now open, remain open for 3 minutes. Court officers, some of the members indicate a roll call is in progress.
This is amendment number 61. 61.
Roll call 219. Roll call 219.
This is roll call number 61.
Roll call 219. Roll call 219. Uh-oh. Amendment 42. 42. A. Where'd that dog go? Where'd that little dog go? That's my little baby dog. Where'd he go? Oh, there's that okay dog. What are you doing, Mello? What are you doing out there? Okay. What are you doing right now? I can take that. You get up there. Thing, little guy. You're going to start to you'll eat something. So, if you eat some food, then there's some food. And I want you don't want to, but I want the food. When we kind of that soft very no, you eat the food. You eat it. No, you. And you eat the rest of the bag. Make that second sandwich. No. Who's worried about putting people in jail? So it's a bill for putting people in jail? Yeah, there's no sense there at all. That is exactly what it is.
Who wish to do so? Have all members voted? Time for voting has expired. The clerk will display the tally. On this matter, 26 members voting in the affirmative, 132 in the negative. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Holmes of Boston offers an amendment. Hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 30, Mr. Holmes of Boston. This is amendment number 30 has changed. Mr. Holmes of Boston moves to amend the bill in section 86 by striking out the words bump stock in line 2334 and inserting in place of the following words: automatic part bump stock.
Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Foster Bobbin offers an amendment. Hands of the clerk. Clerk to the amendment.
Amendment number 40. Mr. Foster Auburn moves to amend the bill in line 1907 by, after the words courts jurisdiction, the following: any respondent against whom an extreme risk protection order has been issued and who has been ordered to surrender all firearms shall be required to undergo the mandatory psychological evaluation.
Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mrs. Sinatra of Kingston offers an order in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 45. Mrs. Sinatra of Kingston moves to amend the bill. Chapter 6 of the general laws is hereby amended by inserting after section 118 the following section, section 119A, as used in this
If there
section.
be no objection, the clerk will dispense with the reading of the paper. The chair has none. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Gentile.
Mr. Gentile of Sudbury now offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 15, Mr. Gentile of Sudbury moves to amend the bill in section 45 in lines 986 and 987 by striking the words D. No license shall be issued under.
If there be no objection, the clerk will dispense with the reading of the paper. Chair has none. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Gentile of Sudbury offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 16, Mr. Gentile of Sudbury moves to amend the bill by striking section 39 and further amend the bill in section 40 in lines 564.
If there be no objection, the clerk will dispense with the reading of the paper. The House will be at a brief recess. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. No, the ayes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Gentile of Sudbury offers an amendment in the hands of the clerk. Clerk of amendment.
Amendment number 17, Mr. Gentile, Sudbury moves to amend the bill in section 45, section 124A-C, in line 120, in 1020, by inserting after the word section 126, the words law enforcement officers are exempt from this requirement.
Question on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. House will be in a brief recess.
House will come to order. House will come to order. The chair would ask all members to please take their seats and pay due attention to the gentleman at the microphone, who will be The question comes on passing the bill to be engrossed. The chair recognizes Representative Zaros from Barnstable. Chair will be in a brief recess. Chair recognizes Mr. Zaros of Barnstable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to stand in front of you today and tell you how much I am proud to serve, especially my 5th Barnstable district and my fellow Cape Codders. Public service is part of who I am and why I am so blessed
to be standing here in this distinguished chamber with you. Those of you that know me know that there are two people in my life that I carry with me wherever I go, including right here, right now, and who inspire me every day in all that I do to serve others.
Here's how you can feel good about getting the state.
One of them is my son, Nicholas. I will forever remember the memory of sending him off with one last hug as he embarked to fight for our freedom as a United States Marine in July of 2009. Just a few months later, our family received the news that my son, U.S. Marine Corporal Nicholas G. Exaros, was killed in action in Afghanistan. The son that I had hugged goodbye to just a short time ago came back home to me and my family on his beloved Cape Cod in an American flag draped coffin to be buried in our Massachusetts National Cemetery. He rests in peace on a peaceful bluff in his dress blues, frozen in time at age 21. They sometimes say a son is supposed to regard his father as a hero. For me, it's the other way around. My hero. And to this day, as a Gold Star father, I continue to honor his memory with everything I do. Big Nick's rock. Thank you. And to this day, as a Gold Star father, I continue to honor his memory by doing Big Nick's Ride for the Fallen, the largest charitable motorcycle ride on Cape Cod, which will celebrate its 15th anniversary this July, and Cape Cod Healthcare's Nicholas G. Exaros Blood Donor Center, where people can donate blood, the gift of life, in memory of a fallen son that gave his all. I am honored to know another hero who was taken from us all too soon as well. On April 18, 2018, Yarmouth Police K-9 Sergeant Sean Gannon was shot to death while attempting to apprehend a violent Massachusetts career criminal with 125 prior crimes on his record, who was out on the loose on the community on Cape Cod, killing people with fentanyl, and armed with 2 illegal handguns. His police dog, his protector, K9 Nero, was also shot that day. I was the deputy chief of police. I sent them on that mission. I heard them screaming on the radio. And I was on scene in the aftermath of the incident and watched them carry K9 Nero out, still alive, gasping for air with a bullet in his head, and I stood there while no one would help him because Massachusetts law did not allow trained professionals to treat a dying dog and put it in an ambulance. It's a horrible and preventable tragedy I will never forget. The shooting is why I left the job I love to run for office and be with you here today. It's very special for me. It's very personal. And I've made a significant part of my life to promote public safety and justice, and in particular to support first responders. It is a great source of personal pride and accomplishment for me to have worked with many of you to pass Nero's Law last session. Thank you for helping me make that a reality. I believe very strongly in the need to crack down on violent crime. Like all of you, I read the papers and I watch the news every day, and I'm disgusted by the callous disregard for human life. and the evil I see around us. I committed 40 years of my life to keeping people safe as a police officer, and I'm every bit committed now as a state representative. But I also know this: making our state safer does not necessarily mean passing more laws. Based on my experience, I can tell you that I do not believe Massachusetts has a problem with law-abiding gun owners killing people. We have a problem with the enforcement of our existing laws. If we want to eliminate violent crime, we need to do a better job supporting our police in their day-to-day mission enforcing the laws we already have. We also need to make sure our judicial system appropriately punishes those rightfully accused of violent crime. I do not question the good intentions of my colleagues, but I do question the consequences of this bill before us. It would do nothing to make Massachusetts more safe, but it would make changes to make our state less safe. Take, for example, the real-life story of Plymouth County Sheriff James Creed. In 2016, Deputy Creed was enjoying a dinner out with his family when tragedy struck. Someone across the restaurant that he was in stood up and pulled out a knife. The assailant immediately stabbed the waitress, then turned around and murdered, stabbing to death a beloved school teacher who came to his rescue, or her rescue. Seeing this unfold, Deputy Creed jumped into action. He donned his police badge and drew his off-duty firearm, which he happened to be carrying with him off-duty that night. He attempted to subdue the attacker peacefully, but the assailant was desperate and determined not only to kill, but also die himself that night. Ultimately, Deputy Creed was forced to shoot the assailant in self-defense, saving countless lives in the process. Then Governor Baker awarded Deputy Creed the Medal of Honor for his service. In fact, the medal was awarded right here in this building. It is a miracle that Deputy Creed was there that night carrying an off-duty firearm, not a service weapon. But it's a miracle that would all be prevented possibly by this bill. Under this bill, off-duty law enforcement officers and all Massachusetts law-abiding citizens would be prevented from carrying a firearm in a private space like a restaurant without the express permission of the owner. Had this bill been a law at the time, Deputy Creed likely would have not had a weapon with him that fateful evening, and one must assume that the result would have been much, much different. Is that what we really want to accomplish? Is that really what we seek to do today? I don't think so. The bill actually would make Massachusetts less safe. And don't just take my word for it. The bill is opposed unanimously by every police chief in the Commonwealth. That is 451. That is the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association and the Massachusetts big city or major city chiefs. Let that sink in. Each of those chiefs represent a different community, a different constituency, each with its own set of priorities, values, and challenges. And yet every single chief opposes this bill. Why? Because they know that criminalizing responsible, law-abiding gun owners will not save lives. Our police don't need us to pass more gun laws. They need us to support them in enforcing the laws we already have. Mr. Speaker, it is very appropriate for us to fight against violent crime in Massachusetts. But in so doing, we must resist the temptation to pass bills that would criminalize the actions and take away the constitutional rights of those who own and maintain firearms responsibly. Let's listen to the people. like I was able to do for over 7 hours while I was proudly serving on our Ways and Means Committee in historic Gardner Auditorium just last week. Please remember it's important to focus on the Massachusetts laws and statistics. We already have, thanks to your good work before my time, while I was out wearing body armor and going to calls, you passed assault weapons ban, red flag laws, safe storage laws, universal background checks, a license to carry process, a bump stock ban, and our 400 Massachusetts police chiefs stand together on this, over 400. Shouldn't we listen to the people that serve and protect us all? The police chiefs who conduct universal background checks, who issue the licenses to carry, who send their men, women, and canines out on our streets to risk their lives and sometimes lose their lives for a person in need anywhere, anytime in the Commonwealth. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would urge my colleagues to have the courage to vote against this bill when the matter is taken. I believe we can do better. Thank you.
Interesting. That's
Members, that this was his second speech. No, the date that he made his first speech. April 20th.
Why is that funny?
Chair recognizes Representative Montero of Boston. Your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members, I rise in support of this bill, and I'm going to lay out two reasons that have particularly compelled me to speak to you today. The first is the extreme risk protective order revisions that are in the bill. I grew up with a father who served in Operation Desert Storm. He's a Marine veteran. He came back, and he came back with PTSD. Part of that meant that he struggled with substance use disorder, and there was one time in our life when I was 11 years old and my dad was under the influence of drugs and alcohol, and he had his gun, and he's a Marine. He's well trained to use that gun. I rely on my dad for everything. He's a trustworthy man, but at that point he needed my support and I had no way to help him. This bill would allow me to help my dad. My dad helped me with everything, and this bill would allow me to call and say, he's struggling right now and I need his gun, his weapon to be withheld from him until he's in a better place. This bill is something that allows folks like me to help family members, to help friends. By allowing our extreme protective risk order to be expanded to include folks who have worked with the person who's struggling, whether it's a doctor, whether it's a school teacher, whether it's an administrator, we're empowering our community to do what's right for them in that moment. The second thing is the commission, which would redistribute some of the funds that have been put towards violence intervention prevention. Nobody knows our communities better than the folks on the ground. These people who are every day experiencing the violence in Boston, whether it's my district, whether it's Rep. Borrell's district, whatever it is happening in that area, we know that the solutions are rooted in what is happening at the community level. When I first moved to Boston, I served in a school, the Deborah McCormick over in Dorchester, and I have 5 students from that school who have been victims of gun violence, all boys of color, and they were all shot out of school. So by redistributing the funds and looking at this commission and deciding what's working and what's not working, we're empowering community members on the ground to address these solutions at home. So that's I think that's the most essential way to get at the root cause of issues, is to empower the community and to serve the community from the ground level up, not from the top down. And that's what this bill does. This bill says you can help your family and you can help your community, and we're giving you the tools to do that. Thank you.
With big state. Fucking me.
The chair will congratulate the representative for her inaugural speech.
The House gives representatives upon their inaugural address. Oh, I see what it is. So that's the first time they spoke from the podium. That makes them a ruler. Now they're a lawmaker. They've said stuff on that podium. They're a lawmaker. So that's why the last two got applauses, and that's why they were all offended that that last guy got an applause, because it was his second speech. That's why they were so worried that he already had a first speech, and he got 2 applauses, and he was an anti-gun. Or, I mean, he was pro-gun. He was anti-rights? Yeah. How long is this going to go on? Texas was 10.5 hours. Connecticut was 8 hours. Last Massachusetts was 6 hours. Do we add that to this 4 effing hours? Government should be easy and fast. It should just be super fast and easy, and it should always go our way. That's how it should go. Oh my goodness. It's super hot here. 92 degrees outside. So the poll is almost 50-50 on whether or not this will pass. So you got that going for you. I don't like how they have to hug each other. I'd be anti-hugging if I was in. I don't even want to touch everybody's hand. I'll give them one of them elbow thingies. That's about it. You got to shake that baby's hand. How many babies are in there? Just the one? Hey, look, you got crap in your ears. Yeah, I know that. Everybody tells them to me because I put it in there so big that everybody has to see it. Hey.
Representative Hockey asked unanimous consent to be recorded on the previous roll call. Chair objection. Chair has none.
On roll call number 61, Christopher Markey, no.
It's glad you mentioned that. You care. Holy crap. Every single person in there is going to go hug her. You should put her on like a bungee cord, and then that way she could just be hanging there, and people could come up and hug her. So whoever's the one who gets hugged can just hang on the bungee cord, and everybody come up and hug her. Or them, I guess. Holy crap, do these people not do shit all day long? Look how many people are in here not doing shit all day long. Except kind of listening to the same shit we're listening to. thought at all about the cost. This can be done on your own time. Get together after work and talk each other. I don't need this to be paying for this tradition. I feel bad for the people in Massachusetts that are paying for this tradition. This happens every time somebody's new. Come on. Come on. This is ridiculous. And then these obnoxious SOBs are going to take time to chat during it. Like, oh, let's have a conversation. There's a million other people waiting in line to wipe their germs all over your shirt. Look, that guy's sane. He's like, hey, let's not wipe our germs all over each other. Oh, I've been eating Cheetos and coughing all over, but let's wipe our shirts together. You know, how long ago was it? We wouldn't even be near each other because of the cough, but now we're going to touch our shirts together, and now just wipe shirts with everybody in the entire place. You think any of these people have ever put their tie in a washing machine? This is filthy. Filthy. And she's shorter than everybody, so that's essentially cruelty to her. She's got to smell everybody. Blech. This is horrible. This is horrible, and we got to watch it. That's the worst part. And Massachusetts is paying for this.
Members are please asked to take their seats.
Your tax dollars. Drip, drip, drip.
Members are asked to take their seats and subdue their conversations.
It's giving away candy. No wonder everybody needs to go over by her table. She got a big bowl of candy sitting there. Or maybe that is the hand sanitizer. Is it?
Chair recognizes Representative Ramos of North Andover for his inaugural speech.
Oh, come on. We're going to do this all again.
It's been a long afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the members. My pronouns are, in fact, she, her, for future reference. I rise in support of House Bill 4135, an act modernizing firearms.
Bullshit.
Before I begin my prepared remarks, I did just want to clarify a statement made from the gentleman from Barnstable. He spoke about police officers not being allowed into private and commercial buildings with their firearms. And in fact, that provision was eliminated from this version. So the police officers can, off-duty police officers can, just like anyone else, in a commercial building, unless there is a specific signage preventing it, bring their firearms into those buildings. 2 weeks ago, I was here in the building, sitting in my office, and around 1:50, my cell phone rang.
Now it's safer.
I looked down to see my 13-year-old daughter was calling.
Uh-oh.
Now, anyone that has a teenager knows they don't call. They pick up the phone and they text. So when I saw that she was calling before 2:30, I panicked. The very first thought I had was, oh no, is there a shooter in the school?
Because your dad worked.
This might seem irrational.
It's irrational. It's shit.
But I assure you it is not.
No, it is irrational.
As my colleague from Framingham aptly expressed, to be a parent in 2023 is to live in constant fear that your child's school or dance studio or gymnasium is going to be the next target of gun violence.
What's on your kid's phone? Is that what you're
To be a parent in 2023 is to explain to your 5-year-old kindergarten student what an ALICE drill is. For those of you who aren't familiar with the acronym, ALICE is the protocol for active shooter responses. At age 5, many kids can't read or write, but they are learning how to respond to an active shooter.
Maybe if the
Let
media
that
didn't
sink in.
incentivize them, then
At
that would
5 years
But don't
old, our
demonize the
children
media who
begin to learn
incentivizes it
how
for
to
your own
respond
free
to
exploitive
active
business
shooter, to gun violence.
off of it.
So when your phone rings and it's your teenage daughter calling, you immediately think they are facing gun violence. Now, thankfully, my daughter was fine. I simply forgot it was an early release day, and I
it's
didn't
you being a
respond to the
bad
text
parent.
message quite quick enough.
Oh, you're not a good parent. Oh, and you're
But I rise in support of this bill
paranoid.
because I do believe it will help prevent mass shootings.
Come on.
I do believe it will help bring security and peace of mind to families like mine throughout this Commonwealth. But I'm not speaking today only as a parent.
Nope, you're also a representative.
Like my colleague, the gentleman from Framingham, I have been impacted by gun violence. In 2016, I was working as a lawyer representing a young mother who was only 26 years old. Her name was Lynn Pham.
There's so many details here. This has to be important.
Her daughter was the same age as my oldest daughter, then 6 years old. The father of her child would regularly bring his gun to custody exchanges and display it in a threatening manner. One evening in November, before a court hearing on child support, we were supposed to speak on the phone to finalize our trial preparations. She sent me a message at 5:30 telling me she was about to head home and we could speak in about 30 minutes. I waited for hours to hear from her. Eventually, I received a call that shattered me. I learned that while she was sitting in her car outside of the hair salon where she had just finished working, she was shot in the head and ultimately died being transported to the hospital. She had been brutally murdered by the father of her child. 3 years prior, on the very first day I met Lynn, she told me that one day he was going to kill her. Her murderer was a lawful gun owner. In fact, he owned many guns. In an instant, he took not only her life, but he shattered the lives of her family and her entire community. Her death also changed me. It made me fearful for myself and my family. It changed how I practiced law, but it ultimately inspired me to run for office, in the hopes that one day I could stand here in support of a bill like this.
She's never been affected by a drunk
Specifically,
driver.
I want to talk about one section of this bill.
Never been motivated.
As an
by
attorney, I've
people who
represented
live in poverty.
several individuals seeking what you've heard referred to today as a restraining order. In Massachusetts, we have 2 code sections for restraining orders. The most common type of restraining order is an abuse prevention order. In order to obtain an abuse prevention order, which is commonly known as a 209A, there must be a relationship between the person seeking it and the person against whom they're seeking. They must be in a romantic relationship, be family members, or be living together. If an abuse prevention order is issued, the judge, in their discretion, has the ability to remove firearms from the defendant. This brings safety, security, and peace of mind to the individuals seeking those orders. It undoubtedly prevents further violence.
Because they can't pick up a knife.
The second type of restraining order you've heard about today is a harassment prevention order, commonly referred to as a 258E. A harassment prevention order does not require a specific type of relationship between the parties. I have seen harassment prevention orders issued against coworkers, neighbors, and strangers. In fact, the term harassment prevention order is a bit of a misnomer because while it can be used in instances of harassment, it can also be used when the person is a victim of a specific crime, including sexual assault. Harassment prevention orders filled a much-needed gap, and I thank my colleagues here in the House for this 2010 law. But as it stands today, it falls short of offering the same protections as an abuse prevention order.
All of these
In fact,
are congratulations.
A judge issuing a harassment prevention order cannot dispossess a defendant of their guns. What that means is an individual who is a victim of a stranger rape may obtain a harassment prevention order, and their rapist may still have all of their guns, leaving them vulnerable to gun violence and without any peace of mind or sense of security. This bill brings our code in line with abuse prevention orders and allows judges in their discretion to remove those guns.
Only the guns.
Now,
Not the
my
knives,
client,
not to
Lynn,
put the person in
she
any
didn't meet the
kind of,
criteria for an abuse prevention order. One
custody.
thing I've heard here today is, how is this bill actually going to save lives?
Yep.
My client, she wouldn't have qualified for an abuse prevention order because her murderer, he relied on coercive control and veiled threats that didn't quite rise to the level of an abuse prevention order. But it would have risen to the level of a harassment prevention order. And if the judge had removed all of his firearms, then perhaps Lynn would be here today.
She wouldn't have been strangled.
Of course, we can't change what has been done, but we can change what happens in the future. And I believe it is our duty to do so. I believe this bill will save lives like Lynn and many others, and will save families and communities from experiencing the trauma and terrible loss of life that we see every day from gun violence. As the honorable gentleman from Stoningham said, thoughts and prayers are not enough. Now is the time to act.
Religion. Nice way to subtly attack
and to move our Commonwealth to be not one of the safest states in this country, but to be the safest state in this country. So please join me in voting in favor of an act modernizing firearm laws.
We'll spend a half an hour wiping shirts.
Question comes on passing the bill to be engrossed, the roll call having been ordered. A roll call will be open forthwith and will remain open till everyone votes.
We're wasting taxpayers' money.
This is roll call number 62.
Roll call 219. Roll call 219. If you are looking for some candy, that one lady has candy on her desk over there, so you can grab some of that candy on her desk. Why don't they put these people next to each other and then let everybody hug each other in one swarm? This is ridiculous, having to watch everybody waste everybody's time and money to hug each other again. I demand that they put some kind of spray fog between them when they're wiping shirts against each other, because now this is too much communicable disease is taking place there. All these people are filthy, and they just got done wiping each other on each other, and now they're doing it again. They're not even wearing masks or gloves. She just wiped that guy's back. Who knows what he was laying in? I don't like the way she's pointing either. Shouldn't point at people. More shirt wiping. She didn't even acknowledge that guy. Oh no, she did. She swore at him. I think they were swearing at each other. Calling this guy an asshole because of his hair. And she's telling this lady how many times she's been a jerk. They get in like 4 or 5 different lines to go hug each other. This is ridiculous. Guess who wouldn't be hugging anybody if he was elected to the Massachusetts Board of whatever this is? Board of Flooring. I would not hugging anybody. I take it I missed something vote? No, it's not done yet. The vote hasn't even come close. This is 4 hours worth of BS wasting everybody's tax money. And our time. And a bunch of bandwidth. Innocent bandwidth that was minding its own business is now being wasted and diverted for this stuff. Probably other good things happening right now. This meeting, opening your window. Armed attorneys are going to be doing something. Holy shit. $500 for a toy? That's crazy. You got buy a $500 toy here.
A 32-inch by 32-inch by 11-inch tall piece of plastic. Very cool. A lot of cool accessories that it comes with. Painted. It's got stickers. I mean, it's cool. I really, really like it. But is it worth it at, $625 to $650 for this piece of plastic? And to put that in perspective, let's go ahead and compare it to the biggest thing we've ever gotten for G.I. Joe, which of course.
So they're have a tradition of wasting everybody's money where every time somebody's new and they do their first speech, they stop everything and everybody hugs each other. So that's what we're experiencing for the second time today. And it sounds like the third time in 2 weeks because they did it for some other guy the other day. And inefficiently, everybody comes down except for that guy who shook hands like a normal person. Everybody comes down and they wipe their shirts on each other. I think this is preposterous. And they're also going to be wasting all of your tax money on healthcare because they all get free healthcare. They don't care if they get diseases. They're like, hey, we're all filthy anyway. Let's just wipe our disease on each other and get sick, and then we'll hang out at the hospital on the taxpayers' money also. Look, that guy was like, I just want to shake your hand. And she's like, no, I'm going to put my face right up by your face anyway. This guy's like, I don't want any of your diseases. She's like, I don't blame you. Same here. She's like, nope, I'm going to breathe on your ear. She just pointed a finger gun at that guy. That's appropriating gun culture from someone who hates guns and gun owners and the country. She keeps pointing finger guns at people. Those two just kiss each other? What happened there? This guy saying, I don't want your diseases either. Don't touch me, I don't want your diseases on me. She's like, I'm going to breathe really hard on you. Now he's trying to exhale. This lady doesn't care. She wants the diseases. They're like, whatever, we're going to get free healthcare anyway. I'm like, I want some of that disease. Boom. More disease transferred here. Now you might think, well, some of that disease is wiped off now and she's clean. No, because one of these other people have a certain amount of disease, they wiped it back on her, but that guy just came by and touched her. This is nothing but inappropriate. Nothing but inappropriate. Nope, that guy was like, here, I'm just going to put my hand out. She's like, nope, wiping my diseases on you. She's like, don't sit down, old man, I'm not done yet. Horrible. Horrible having to watch this. I'm going back to watching it. None of these people would walk in the building during the video. I don't think any of them were even here. They didn't. Is there that many people there? This camera hasn't moved around, so it's not documenting this at all. Actually, the camera is moving around because now it's focused in on her, huh? Well, they refused to pan around the room and show us the number of people there and the number of people paying attention, involved, wearing the same shirts, concerned, happy, sad. If they could do that, it's part of the archive, I would think.
Is the USS flag that dropped in 1985. Original retail on that, I believe, was somewhere around $109.99. Okay, $110. And in today's dollars, that's just a hair under $300. Okay, I believe it's like $294, give or take, for what was a over 7 foot long, over 3 foot wide, over 3 foot tall, 45-pound chunk of plastic and stickers and accessories and a figure and all kinds of G.I. Joe goodness in today's dollars would cost you around Okay? So let's put that into perspective. 7 foot long, 3 foot wide, 3 foot tall, 45 pounds, $300. 32 inches by 32 inches by 11 inches, $650.
Come on, man. They're
Is
different.
it worth it? I mean, just comparing that alone? Oh, hell no, it's not.
Oh, come on.
Glass or scale or
You're a Cobra hater. You're a Cobra hater.
Clearly, from every angle, the answer is no.
I have always had the support from female.
He's a hater. Hater of Cobra. Alright, anything else going on out there today? That's good? I'm missing? I'm missing something good. They mute this thing when there's nothing to say, so I'm just sitting here being bored right now. I'm about to go back to working on some stuff and try and, I'm essentially just organizing some things over here, taking some stuff apart and putting it back together, hopefully in a more organized way. Not quite busy work, it's something I needed to do here, but wouldn't necessarily do it during business hours, but I'm broadcasting this, and this is killing my internet. At least if I tried to do anything else, it would slow everything down. And
Have all members voted? All members voted who wish to do so. Time for voting is expired. Clerk will display the tally.
120 to 38.
120 votes in the affirmative, 38 votes in the negative. The bill is passed to be engrossed.
Following bill being laid, the bill comes before us.
Bill being rightly before us. An act relative to property tax classifications in the city of Watertown.
Question comes on passing the bill to be enacted.
Question comes on passing the bill to be enacted. All those in favor say aye, opposed no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed to be enacted.
wait, is it over? What happened? Now they're talking about water bills.
She'll be in brief recess. A message from Her Excellency the Governor.
A message from Her Excellency the Governor recommending legislation relative to the Affordable Homes Act is filed in the office of the clerk this afternoon at 12:36 p.m.
There be no objection. The clerk will dispense with. The message will be referred to the Committee on Housing. Report of committee.
The Committee on Rules and the Committees on Rules of the two branches acting concurrently reports recommending that Joint Rule 12 be suspended under petition of Antonio F.D. Cabral for legislation to establish a sick leave bank for Corinne Senna, an employee of the trial court of the Commonwealth, to the Committee on the Judiciary.
I'm sorry.
Something happened?
Representative Cabral moves that the message be moved to the Committee on the Rules be suspended and the message. Okay, all those in favor say aye, opposed no, the ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Question now is on the suspension of Joint Rule 12. All those in favor say aye, opposed no. The ayes have it. Joint Rule 12 is suspended.
I think what happened is it ended.
Chair will be in a brief recess.
So what, did it just end and they voted to pass it to the Senate? or something else? Because what's going on? What is going on? Now they're talking about other stuff completely.
Representative Garberly offers an order in the hands of the clerk.
Order that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m.
Question comes on the adoption of the order. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The order is adopted. Mr. Jones moves that the House now adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned to meet tomorrow at 11 a.m. in an informal session.
All right, it sounds like I guess they voted then. The whole thing is being added to a budget bill, so that's what that engagement or whatever vote was at the end there. So to make it super confusing, they got together and rubbed shirts with each other for half an hour after each of the new speakers said something for the first time as some kind of dumbass tradition, I guess. They didn't explain. Then they just ended it with a bunch of other boilerplate stuff that they just rammed through, it looks like, without much thought or focus at all. Mostly they're all just standing around talking about where they're going to eat for dinner or who they're going to get their funding from, I suppose, next. So, sorry to see the waste of taxpayer money, but it's the system, and we have to either watch it or not pay attention to it. And when you don't pay attention to it, they will manipulate it. So, welcome to frustrating liberty. So, people in Massachusetts have a lot of work to do. People in other states got a lot to learn, because this is certainly something that they're experimenting here. There was a bunch of consistency with the testimonials or whatever from the people who are pro this. They were definitely getting their talking points in about the laws in Massachusetts being a reason, or the situation in Massachusetts with the lack of danger being a consequence of their infringing laws. So there's a lot to challenge here. People that are going to be satisfied with just being offended or upset are useless. Let them sit by and wait and start talking to people that are out there getting work done. The DC project is in DC right now. That's the ladies, the women for gun rights. And they are meeting with representatives in DC to offer awareness and education. And we need that level of work to be done right now. The people who are zealots are not going to be changed. They exploit these situations and use them to profit. So the effort here is best put on their constituents, the people who are susceptible to their con game because firearms are not common enough. So education awareness are some excellent goals. When you're frustrated, you can put work into both education and awareness. Trust me, when they think that guns are a vice, a treat that the government gives people who behave nicely, they don't see a challenge to your rights or your property as significant to their obligation, to their feelings to help other people. So we need to engage them in, if we want to be effective, it's time to engage them in with strategies that are effective on the levels that they consider of value, what they're going to listen to. And it's pretty easy. It's simple to see what they value and what they suggest and what they're resting on. So there's lots of things to focus on here. Hopefully, instead of just these long 4.5 hour, almost 5 hour sessions of observing, there's also going to be perhaps some after action people that have been there to formulate ideas and tactics, and then talk strategy, so that folks can be part of an overall approach to end this back and forth. They win by keeping people confused, by alluding to things but never actually specifically mentioning anything, and allowing this situation to keep going. They win by the long game. They win through attrition. Not that they want all the pieces, they want to keep playing. So the way to effectively end this is to stop the game. Then they'll walk away and go do something else. They will worry about pool safety or stair safety or airplane safety or something else that doesn't have a competent adversary. Right now they have a compliant adversary that plays the game with them. We just need to stop playing the game by removing the pieces from the playing field. Those pieces are the obscurity and the inaccuracy and the illusions that they refer to. We can end all that by just creating awareness and creating resources. Pretty simple. I'm not sure why we haven't worked towards that one. But thanks everybody for hanging out with this stuff. And again, don't get frustrated. This is liberty. If this stuff was fast and easy, tyrants would use it to abuse. Right now, you've got bureaucrats who are lazy, fat, and uneducated, who are abusing the complacency and the kind of apathy of the voting public. But I wouldn't get upset about that. Think about how you can use that to our advantage. There's plenty of ways that the situation isn't perfect, but it's certainly not dire. So I see there's some people that sometimes get upset when they see this go on and on and on, and it's frustrating to watch fat gluttons feast off of the bureaucracy. That's a whole other topic for another day. Don't let them being fat jerks in the way that they're hoarding all this taxpayer money affect our strategy for the end goal. So there's lots of ways we can effectively end this. We can use those successes, those things that we learned, skills and techniques to then address the bureaucracy and those that hide within it to create this kind of abuse and like systematic distrust of the system. And that's not the system that's at fault. The system's lasted through world wars and a civil war and all kinds of cultural things. The system's actually pretty strong. It's the folks the communists that jumped in the 60s and their ilk that jumped in and found places to hide in the bureaucracy that make it unattractive. So look past them, wash the filth off, and the structure behind it, it's pretty impressive. It's been there for a long time. It's pretty fair and it's pretty useful. When horrible people quite poop all over it, it seems less epic and less interesting. But once we wipe some of that stuff off, we'll rinse it off, wash it off, start using it for other purposes. Now all of a sudden it's a useful tool. So don't let them take away your tools. Wash them off and just work them. All they got to do is use them better than they do. And they walk away, they go away. They're lazy and they're just abusing the tools that nobody's playing with right now. Anyway, that's my rant. Get upset if you want. I'm sure there's people out there who can get you all upset about this stuff later on other channels. You just won't find that shit here. This is an opportunity to be part of a civic challenge from Massachusetts. It's an opportunity for the other 49 states to rally behind a state. You can either watch dominoes fall or you can fucking blow on. If 49 states blow as Massachusetts domino falls and it stays upright, what is the consequence of that for Washington, for Oregon, for California? We could get our shit together. National level organizations could get their shit together and organize and educate activists and give them a little bit of direction, some orchestration, and we could figure out what happens when. It would be interesting to see what happens when 49 states additionally support those individual states that are getting wailed on like this, instead of just watching them like a fucking movie or a TV show in front of us. Anyway, I'll quit. Now I'll quit ranting. I was just live here for 5 hours. I'm not doing nothing except not doing anything. So if you want to support what we're doing, we've got a Patreon over there. I'm going to end it with a commercial. If you want to grab something from our store, much appreciated. No obligation, of course. It didn't cost nothing to stream this other than the cable fee or whatever, but, it's the time spent sitting here watching them, whatever, maybe like blood pressure. But aside from that, if you're a capitalist, if there's some resources this way, let us do what we're doing. Appreciate it. If you're not a capitalist and you want to keep your resources to yourself and let me go screw on a post, I'll go.
GearWebsites.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com.